Warning, due to adult language and humor, the following content may not be suitable for any viewers under the age of 18. Viewer discretion is strongly advised. The views and opinions expressed during the following live stream or video content are those of the individual and may not reflect those of others. Thank you.
Oh my God, who the hell cares? Hey, you guys!
Pop Talk is where it's at, baby.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, and welcome one and all to the Sunday edition of PACIFIC414 Pop Talk, along with Baron Norman Tag and Cash Money 007. I am your host, Mike, and we're going to go ahead and kick this thing off with an article provided by Baron Norman Tag about married with children.
Yes. I mean, I'm going to be reading this on blind. I got this from Forbes here. Not that I'm an avid reader of Forbes. It's just that was the best one I found out there.
What the hell you say?
Exactly. And I love that you did that, man. And I saw a post about this in 80s reminiscence groups and all that. So this is from May 13th, actually. So, it takes a little while for animated shows. So this one was saying that the Married with Children will be coming back with a new look. Deadline reported, with the Classics 90 comedy being pitched as an animated revival to the original cast and is being met with interest. The new version with the original cast members, including Katie Seagal, Ed O'Neill, Christina Applegate, and David Faustino, is being pitched to both networks and streaming sites. Married with Children aired on Fox from 87 to 79? That's it.
Wow, horrible.
Wow, it went backwards, man.
It did.
I think that should be either 98 or 99.
Should be. I think it ended in 99. If I
yeah, it was an 11-year run that
My
they had.
calculations are correct. When this baby hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
Exactly. But the Married with Children, of course, aired from that in one of the iconic series for the network. Revamping the show as an adult animation also fits Fox brand, which includes adult animated staples such as The Simpsons and The Family Soy. The original show was created by Michael G. Moy and the late Ron Levitt. The reboot was written by... I got it. Okay, thank you. The reboot is written by Family Guy executive producer Alex Carter, who will serve as the showrunner. The original show followed the Sugar-based Bundy family, made up of a misogynistic father. I wouldn't say he was fully misogynist.
No, he was.
Yeah. Well, that's just like your opinion, man.
It's your opinion, man.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't misogynistic. I mean... A disaffected wife, a bum of a wife, and 2 children.
Mm-hmm.
Talk of a reboot of the iconic show has made the rounds before, but it has not come to fruition, most notably in 2014. Busy schedules have usually been cited as the issue in getting the reboot off the ground. The original currently streams on Hulu, Peacock, and Paramount Global Pluto TV. Okay. It is unheard of for a reboot of a classic sitcom of an animated property. Norman Lear's Good Time currently has... Oh, really? Now, this is from 2022. An animated reboot in the works on Netflix. For Netflix, adult animation has also been a hot trend in the many years. Most streamers producing their own adult animated series. Animation has become cheaper to produce over the years. Animated shows also allow for stars with busy schedules to make them good original content for many services to invest in. It also helps out with the fact that when you have people that have aged and don't look like that anymore, and unfortunately with the case of Christina Applegate with her suffering from, I believe, was MS she's suffering from.
Yes.
Which is sad, which is really sad on that one.
Yes. This might be a good... Okay, Forbes, really, you got to fix some of your typos, but...
I know.
Come on, guys. Like I see these typos, I get triggered every time.
Yeah, I mean, this is a funny one. Now, again, a lot of this news was
Yes.
from 2022, but it started. I was noticing it was starting to resurface again on the interwebs. People talking about this, and yeah, and of course, joking about the reboot for modern audiences. I think you said that,
Yeah,
Mike.
I mean,
Or Patrick.
it's just the way it is even though like Bud Bundy, we talk about these characters, Bud Bundy, the dog, like the way they had what was the dog thinking? It's like, yeah, I would
Mm-hmm.
think the dog's thinking like I hate that this family is stupid most of the time, but
Mm-hmm.
even like Bud Bundy, you wanted him to have redemption. Yeah, he could be a pervert, but he was
Mm-hmm.
just so much more than that. But nowadays, I'm sure there's a number of people, if they were critiquing these shows, like, he's a horrible character, or I hate this show, this is a horrible show. Like, they explored so many different things. The No Ma'am,
Yeah.
the how he felt working at his shoe store. Like, it was satire, but it was basically, this family that was poor, but they had some redemption. But usually Al Bundy did not, four touchdowns in one game and stuff. But there was just some
You're
best
breaking up,
characters,
Cash.
Marcy and
Oh,
the joke that they. Am I okay?
yeah, you were. I thought it was maybe me. It's like, oh, don't tell me I'm having problems.
Am I good?
Yeah,
now? All right.
Yeah, you're good. Well,
Okay.
you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you're okay.
Am I still breaking up, or am I good now?
No, you're good now. But I do have a quick response for anybody who had an issue with married with children.
If you've got an issue, here's a tissue.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like with any show, people will be, they won't like certain things about it. A lot of people now would probably be like, "Oh, this is horrible," or "This is that." But if you really dig into Married with Children, there is actually some good values there. I mean, there's a lot of comedy, obviously, but there is definitely some good values there. You want Bud to succeed. His sister Kelly can be stupid, but she can be helpful too. Like there's more to these characters. There always has been than them just being stupid. Yeah. But there's a lot of funny stuff. The No Man, the shoe store stuff, the thing where Al gets caught and he had to a big woman. He had to clean her at a hotel because
I was gonna say one thing this animated series needs to have is Al insulting people.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You guys remember that beach episode? Gosh, I remember so many episodes of Married with Children that just popped through my head. But they went to the beach and they didn't like that one family, so they were just doing mean things.
They're fighting over
like trash. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. They're fighting over the place to cook their steaks and all that. If I remember right.
Yep.
Oh yeah, there is so many episodes. It's like, oh my, which episode was that again? And Biff and Griff. It's like you thought they were with the show longer. It's like, no, they're only with the show for the last 2 years, but yet the impact those characters made.
Griff was a really good character. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and the cop. I mean, I can't remember the name of the cop, but I mean, he was freaking awesome. I mean, everybody was.
Yes.
Everybody on that show was.
Remember how funny Vanna White was in that episode?
Yeah, seducing Al.
Yes. So funny.
Or how about when Steve came back to the show and he met Jefferson for the first time?
Yeah.
He had that big fight. That was great.
He's trying to protect the egg. And of course, he came back again. What was it? He had the limousine, but he was the limousine driver. He was trying to make it out that he was the one that had the limousine. And then he was the head of the college for that failed spinoff series they're going to do about the radio station and the college.
Oh, really? They tried to do a spinoff?
They tried to do a couple spinoffs.
Wow.
In fact, I think they did have a one spinoff actually happen, but didn't last very long. I can't remember that. I think it did actually go that way, but
wasn't the last episode though? Kelly got married, right?
It's supposed to get married, yeah.
Supposed to get married, okay.
But I don't think that was in order. I think there was a different one that was actually truly the last one, but that was when they aired for the last one.
Okay.
And before we continue this discussion, I do want to say hello to Leia Rose. And we also have Whoopa Troopa, Kathy Skywalker. We have the Joker's voice, Jet Sparks, Low Specs Linux laptop. And let's see if anyone else has popped in. Not at the moment, but that's okay. I'll go ahead and highlight the comments. But, when it comes to an animated Married with Children show, it has to still have the feel of the live action show.
Yeah.
In my opinion. It can't be watered down. It has to go as far as it can, just like the live action show did for its 9 seasons.
Well, let's be honest about it. Married with Children led the way for shows like Roseanne, which was literally, in some ways, a ripoff of Married with Children. Some of the people that worked on Married with Children went over there. And episodes where they had been criticized for Married with Children, they basically copied on Roseanne and were, oh, this is so wonderful. What a great episode, Roseanne. They tackled this. I think it was about the period piece when Kelly, Darcy, and Peg all have their period at the same time in the cabin, and it keeps attracting the bear. I mean, and it's like, oh, that's a gross. And then they had something similar on Roseanne. It's like, oh, this is great.
Yeah, Roseanne. Besides John Goodman and then Laurie Metcalf, right? Yeah, Laurie
Metcalf.
I think those are the two I really liked on that show. I don't think any of the other characters. I'm not interested in watching the Connors, but I'm glad John Goodman's on there. I mean, he's to me, he's always the best thing about Roseanne or the Connors.
Yeah, I don't want to watch it because of the fact that they all backstabbed the person that basically gave them all their career.
Yeah. But I also wish some of these celebrities would stop saying certain things on Twitter. Twitter is not your friend, as we know, Bear.
No. Well, I don't know, but but who cares?
And the show that Joker Voice is referring to aired on the WB, and that was called Unhappily Ever After. And yes, it wasn't a bad show, but you can tell that it was a blatant ripoff of Married with Children.
Yeah, the only thing is the father was living in the basement. He had a rabbit that talked to him, which was Bobcat Goldthwait.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course Nikki Cox, who I think he married.
Yes.
So.
Oh yeah,
gentlemen, we have a Lord Crit, Mr. Monetization himself. Mr.
Lord
Monocle and silk top hat wearing
Lord
Lord Crit of Everest Productions.
It's Orca Boy Bottom Tooth Everest Productions.
Yes.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Bear loves that, but Crit is asking, are you guys going to give Picard 10 out of 10s?
No, 11 out of 10s.
He says, I honestly think the show is a 10 out of 10 after I bought this house from an anonymous source. I have no choice but to call it oh gosh, Crit. Bad dude.
Good old Crit. Good old Crit. But they had a comic book from Marvel.
I wish that was true, but
I must have missed it because I never saw it in my local comic book store.
Oh yeah, I only got one issue, unfortunately. Yeah.
Well, Married with Children had a comic book series.
Yeah, they had a comic book series. Yeah, ran for a little bit. I got the first episode, first issue, I should say, but I don't have any others. I've never.
Can we look up the art? Should we look up the art right now?
I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can look it up.
It wasn't bad art. I mean, obviously it was more cartoony, but it wasn't bad.
Nice.
I would love to get that comic signed by everybody on that show. Because of course it was back in the days of Steve, not Jefferson, that the comic took place. But And that's going to be the interesting thing. Who's going to be their foil? Are they going to have Jefferson and Darcy Marcy come back?
I don't know. I'm sure people, show me the money. So,
well, yeah. I mean, in many ways, a lot of these people were part of the thing. They were very important to helping making the show good.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. See, you can see. Yeah. There's Peg. Yeah. So it's like it's cartoony, but not bad. I mean, and like I said, I got that first episode, but yeah. That kind of looks more like Mad Magazine, which is great.
Yeah.
It's apropos, I think.
Yeah, it does. That's not bad. Wow.
No. Yeah, I mean, I didn't think it was bad. I didn't think it was bad.
It's not bad at all.
Some of the panels.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And what's good about Married with Children, it was very cartoony in many aspects. I mean, how many times did Al fall off that roof?
Many times. So, I mean, there's an episode where there's a thunderstorm and Al's trying to repair the roof. And
he gets electrocuted.
Kelly and Bud were supposed to catch him, and they end up going inside it. Al slips off the roof and falls down.
No. Ed O'Neill sat back and said he wished he would have kept that dummy. Are electrocuted the times he was in. I mean, these guys were caricatures. They were all for fun. It was basically a live action cartoon in many aspects. So I mean, going to an animated series is not out of the question. Just how you're going to do it. Keep it to what we love. And, if you get the original voices back, that's even great,
Mm-hmm.
And, you got to have No Ma'am. You got to have No Ma'am.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to. You have to have it.
Yeah.
If you're going to make an animated series based off the live action TV show, it has to have the same feel of that live action TV show by having the characters stay true to who and what those characters are.
Mm-hmm.
They're not politically correct. They never were.
No.
Yeah.
And that's why people liked it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah, they're the extremes. And oddly enough, people can see parts of themselves in these characters.
Mm-hmm.
Not that they're saying that I identify with the character, just elements,
Well, it's just like Futurama coming back, which I don't think it should, but it has to be politically incorrect. If it's not like it was before, it's just going to hurt the show a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And the jokes aren't going to land. And
and to answer Joker Voice's question, no, I have not seen that Fandom Wire is consulting with Grace Randolph about the proposed new Avengers team. I have not seen that. It hadn't even hit my radar.
Do we even want to?
Well, so yes, I did it. Okay, all right. The Grace Randolph. So, anytime she's talking about a movie, so okay, maybe I don't do it exactly like her, but I don't want to do it exactly like her.
You guys think she's an insider, though? That she really has a lot of this knowledge?
I don't know, Cash. I'm not an insider.
I don't know. It's interesting that there's a number of YouTubers that rely on her a lot. I don't know.
You know what I do for each and every episode of Pop Talk? I look for the articles that look interesting or catch my attention.
She's good.
Or have something that I'm interested in.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Crit is saying, I love the part where Worf says, Picard, changelings' lives matter. Oh gosh, Crit, what are you trying to do? Get me in trouble?
Did they really see that in there?
No, they did not say that.
You don't know with the writing that they have.
I know. I
mean, there's.
I mean, all right.
That's pretty.
Yeah, I know this is getting off topic. I know. But from what I saw of episode 3 and 4 of Picard, which watched the whole episode. My ratings for the episode didn't change. It was still in the 5s out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
And you know how harsh of a critic I can be.
You are harsh. You are harsh. He was so critical of a Big Mac one time. We went in there. He says, "This special sauce tastes like ew."
No. But I did go to McDonald's one time, and instead of getting 2 patties on my Big Mac, I only got one.
Uh-oh.
Ew.
Death.
Yeah. I came home. My mom and I stopped at McDonald's one time. We both got Big Macs. She only got a patty. I only got a patty.
Oh, Mike had the Mac attack, dude.
Mm. 1 a patty, 2 a patty, 3 potatoes,
Because
patty 4.
my mom saw, I only got 1 patty on my Big Mac. And I opened mine. I go, me too.
Hmm.
Yeah. Mm.
They had the special team that makes the special sauce working that day on the patties.
You know what it would be if that happened to Al Bundy.
Oh God!
He go. Even the Golden Arches hate me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
Well, remember the episode where Al Bundy worked at the burger joint, and there's like a Star Trek theme, and I think Pauly Shore was in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, also, I love that episode where he's on the phone trying to get a certain part for his Dodge.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of people have been there before. Usually it's not that bad, but yeah, Al can't usually get a break on those things.
Mm-hmm.
But that Dodge,
yeah. And anytime Al did have some money, guess who was there for a handout?
Mm-hmm.
Kelly, Bud, and Peggy.
And Buck.
Yeah. and speaking of Buck, do you guys remember who voiced him whenever we heard Buck's thoughts?
Well, one time, several times was Cheech Marin. Another time was one of the guys that was working behind the scenes of the show because he had that droll voice. Unfortunately, he passed away a couple years back. But they could get Cheech Marin again to play Buck if they really wanted to, or if they go with Buck, or if they're going to go with Lucky, you know.
Yeah, right. Lucky, yeah.
But it's the same dog, just reincarnated, because Ben Stein was kind.
It's funny.
And Joker Voice is talking about that article, and he says it's a doozy. Keep in mind, Avengers Kane Dynasty is being written by Ant-Man, Quantum Mania writer, and Shang-Chi director. Well, a friend of mine did treat me to Quantum Mania a couple of weeks ago, and I treated to the snacks, and
here we go again.
I gotta say, Quantum Mania, it did not have the excitement that previous Marvel movies had when I went to see them. And the last Marvel movie I went to see in the theaters was Endgame. And
would you call it Quaalude Mania?
So I'd call it Boredom Mania.
In other words, you have to say
it stinks.
Yep, it did. It stunk. It stunk. And despite what some people say about 65, I actually like 65.
That's because you're an Adam Driver sim. That's why.
Oh, Baron. It's just too much.
Yes, Crit, I was cheated by McDonald's. I know. I'm going to go ahead and play it again. I'm going to go ahead and play it again. Since we're still talking about it.
What the hell you say?
What, McDonald's didn't get its order right?
No.
Well, you heard with McDonald's. I guess they are opening in Denver and other markets. They're the stores that don't have anybody in it is all mechanically ran. Computers and all that. And one guy responded back, "Well, maybe now they'll get my order right." Now the big question is, will the shake machine be working?
Or the ice cream machine.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Cannot compute.
I
Ice
don't
cream
know.
machine does not work.
I think it's finally going to be the start of Skynet. It's going to start in the
Oh, yeah.
fast food, and then everything goes to hell.
Mm-hmm. It's going to? I mean, we're not there yet?
Not yet.
We haven't started?
We haven't fallen quite off that cliff yet.
And no Joker voice, I didn't get back in the car and sing the song for the Big Macs, 2 all-beef patties, special sauce, lettuce, cheese, on 2 sesame buns, and all that. No. I bitched and moaned. I called them, bitched and moaned some more.
Mm-hmm. And he didn't go like that lady did with Popeyes, where she ran into the place because they forgot her biscuits.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that story.
Mm-hmm. It's like, come on, people. These people, I tell you.
Yeah, Cash. Where is that? Where is these people?
These people. Oh, he ran off.
Yeah.
Oh, Mrs. is back. They ran off. He ran off. He got scared.
So, Baron, as far as this animated Married with Children show is concerned, what network do you possibly see picking it up, or a streaming service?
Well, that's just it. What will the state of streaming services be by that time? I mean, I could see them going with Fox Animation Domination again, putting it on the Sunday nights like it used to be when it was live action. In many ways, we have Married with Children to thank for things like The Simpsons and Family Guy and those. I mean, going up with that, showing that outrageous humor works. What streaming service is Fox in bed with?
Hulu.
So it'd probably go to Hulu, maybe Hulu Plus. That'd be something you'd probably want to try to keep in house. But how is it going to be? We probably have another year or whatever if they're actually actively working on it.
Mm-hmm.
With between animation and getting the voice work done and and whatnot. Yeah, Hulu or even Fox. Sunday nights. That'd be the best place. That would be the best place to help keep some of those shows afloat.
Yeah, I could see that. And another question I do have is: do you see a streaming outlet like Netflix possibly picking it up just to get people to subscribe to Netflix for a short period of time?
Yeah. I don't know. Because they don't have Married with Children anymore. They used to way back in the day. I would think it'd go to a service that already has Married with Children. It's already on several platforms right now.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, Peacock is on. So maybe it could go to Peacock.
Maybe.
Of course, Hulu Plus. I don't know, but it'll be interesting. And as Joker Voice did tap in there for now. It's like, who's going to be owning what, where, when, and why, and who's going to get the rights?
True. I mean, look at the situation that Disney's in right now because they own so many different companies and properties. They're not really ones to brag about having any financial backing from everything that's going on. Look at their stock. That tells you everything. And I'm not going to get too excited about an animated Married with Children series just yet. I want to see more as far as a trailer. I want to hear more as far as what the people who are working on this show have to say. That'll tell you everything. The wording.
Well, they got that guy from Family Guy writing for it.
Yeah, that's already a red flag in my opinion.
Right. Depends on when. And of course, it was they tried doing it with the Flintstones, Seth MacFarlane, because Seth MacFarlane was in love with the Flintstones. Don't blame him. The one thing I was sad about was that David Faustino had a great idea for a, not a reboot or reimagination, but just coming back show, where he lives in the same house. He's divorced, but his wife lives, upstairs. He basically lives in the basement where he had his little love nest down there, quote unquote. And of course, other regulars would be more than happy to make guest appearances. And I thought that would be a good show. See where Bud went and how Bud was doing this. But one of the creators held back, saying, "No, we don't want to do it." Of course, the other guy was dead. But
yeah, and that's a shame. I mean, at least it would have been a continuation of the series.
Yeah, and I think Dennis Faustino, I think he would have kept it to how it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Really, honestly.
I mean, it's how he became a household name, and
mm-hmm. Yeah, and he was even on Modern Family. It's kind of funny. He was like, I think Claire's old boyfriend or something. I can't remember. They saw met like a reunion, but it would be great if Faustino would have had a chance to be with Ed O'Neill for a scene. But if it doesn't work, don't force it.
He should still be getting money from all the old episodes that are shown on Married with Children. I don't know what Faustino did after that, really. I don't think he did much.
He did try to do something for Crackle, like a short little series, and it was him and Parker Lewis Can't Lose. What's his name?
That's a good show too.
Yeah, and he it was basically about those two being losers and trying to get back in the limelight type of thing. And in the show, Ed O'Neill hates Parker Lewis. He just hates that guy. And I mean, their show was not PC, and it got pretty dark, like the episode where they had Gilbert Godfrey on, and they're supposed to be watching his mentally challenged son, this big baby Huey type. And the baby Huey type ends up drowning in the pool, so they ran away. So, like I said, no, not PC, and definitely got dark. But they had Gilbert Godfrey on that one. But yeah, I remember that series, and I think Katie Seagal and Christine Applegate came back for guest appearances, as themselves.
On Modern Family?
No. This was on the show on Crackle.
Oh, the Crackle show. Okay.
Yeah, that Crackle show, yeah. And so, I mean, those guys are very tight. It's Marcy and Al that have the problem. Amanda and Ed. But I think they did iron out some stuff.
They probably did.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Ed O'Neill has softened his stance about coming back one more time as Al. And
I think he did, especially when he did that photo shoot with Sofia Vergara as Al and Peg. I mean, that was awesome. I think he's lightened up.
I remember seeing that picture, but I would love to see him come back one more time in a live action version.
Yeah.
As an older Al. Might still be the same guy, but it's Al Bundy.
Well, I always joked that Modern Family was actually the reboot or the sequel to Married with Children. And what happened was Al got divorced from his wife. Luck turned around. He got married to that hot woman. Bud came out, as we were suspecting, as gay, and Kelly was really a genius hiding it all. And that was my joke about Modern Family. But
well, I mean, anything is possible. You never know. It's all in the minds of the fans as far as, do these shows coincide in the same universe?
Right. Yeah, when is the show supposed to be taking place? I mean, obviously, I saw like a drawing of the cast that they had for that, and it's like, well, it's all classic, and it's like, well, I can't blame. That's the. It's kind of hard to do it when everybody's grown and out of the house. I mean, I'm sure Kelly would be out of the house, but I'm sure Bud would still be in the basement. But it would be harder to do some of those jokes,
Yeah, I mean, again, Married with Children, even when it debuted in '87, it did turn some heads and have people go, "Wait a minute, what are these people doing?"
Oh yeah, there's always been shows attacked. When Simpsons started, it was attacked. There's all these kind of things. Three's Company has definitely got attacked with like, oh, this show is horrible. The way these women are treated, and blah blah blah. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, I think it was more of a shock to the system because Married with Children was just one of these throwaway shows that they're going to throw on there,
Right.
Space Keepers, and all of a sudden it takes off. I remember I was working at Godfather at the time, but still in no, I was out of high school because I graduated in '87. But we were driving somewhere, and he was sitting back saying, "Man, you gotta freaking watch this show, Married with Children. It's the funniest freaking thing I've ever seen." Of course, I'm editing the freakins for something else, but yeah, that's what got me watching it because he just kept on saying about how wild, everything about this show is. So,
oh, look who just joined the chat.
Yeah, I was going to say
it's Wizard Anonymous.
Yes, he's from the wizarding world of
Anonymous.
Potter.
Right.
Potter.
Potter.
Yes, and how are you doing, fellow wizard? You're not a Ravenclaw like me, but you're a fellow wizard, and you're doing wizardy stuff, and you're going around. And then, of course, I know Anonymous. You're going to say, yeah, but you go back to play Mega Man. I can't help it. I get into that Mega Man mood, and I want to play all the games again.
You forgot to do the important thing about this.
Anonymous. 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 Well, I have a confession to make, and you could even watch Wednesday's episode. I didn't play that. I didn't play that at all when he came on.
Nope.
Why?
I spared him. I spared him.
You spared him? Oh, come on. He secretly loves it. And all I got to sit back and say about him being a wizard, be careful where he points his wand at, if you know what I mean.
But a pump.
Oh, no. It's the Wizard Anonymous.
You're a stream of expendio. No, sorry, expelio.
Yeah. Wand do magic stuff.
Watch it rise by itself. Look,
I'm sure magic stuff in Anonymous has something to do with this song. He practices with his wand at home when he's not playing Harry Potter Legacy.
Yeah. Could you imagine practicing with the wand? Summons a spell, points it at Cash and Barrett, and turns them into something that they don't want to be turned into. I'm sorry, that must have been the wrong spell.
Find out Anonymous really is a wizard after all, or he thinks he is. I don't know. He wakes up, he puts on the hat and the coat and stuff, and goes outside, starts Expelliarmus. I'm just picturing Anonymous comes out in his hat and his wand. Just start saying spells of Harry Potter.
He's got to have the classic wizard one, just the plain coon with the stars and the moons on it.
Yep, and then he's got to use a spell that gives him a long beard.
Oh, ZZ Tapo, gross maso. There we go.
But anyways, moving from Married with Children, the animated series, we'll see if it actually does happen.
Bum. I hope it does.
We now move on to this weekend box office numbers, and does not look good. Oh, Fury of the Gods, more like Fury of the Fans say nope.
You're having a box office chasm here.
Well, I'll tell you why. Shazam! Fury of the Gods. It came in first place, but can you really brag about it when it only made $30.5 million?
43% behind its predecessor.
Yep.
Yay!
And let's see, at number 2, was Scream 6, and last week it made 44.4 million. Well, this week it only made 17.5 million.
Hofta, a 61% drop.
Yep.
Ooh, that's not good. That must mean I don't think it's a good film.
I don't know. Some people liked it. I just don't. As I said, I think I have said before, after Scream 4, I was just done with Scream. I didn't care about 5 and 6, but people are going to these films still. So
people watch Star Trek STD and Puke Hard, you know. So.
Well,
and
like what they like, we know, Baron. So.
I mean, how many times did Crit see Avatar? You know.
Was it twice?
I thought he saw it twice. I don't know.
Oh,
if you're still here, correct us. How many times did you go see Avatar? And for Creed 3, in its second week, it dropped negative 53%. And for this weekend, things still aren't looking good for Creed. That's for damn sure. Look, dropped another 44%. To 15.3 million.
Well, I don't know overall if the Creed movies are ever going to be as popular as the original Rocky series.
No.
And here's the thing. I've seen Creed 1. I've seen Creed 2. I liked the first one more than I liked the second one.
Mm-hmm.
So, maybe, and I probably way off here, but maybe people just aren't interested in a boxing movie per se. Not necessarily just a Rocky spinoff, but a boxing movie. It's not like it was.
Mm-mm. Well, traditional boxing has been going to this wayside with when you have this MMA stuff and boxing.
And wait, are you getting a transmission from Starfleet?
I don't know where that came from.
It wasn't me.
Maybe it was me. Let me take a look. Yeah, it was me. For some reason, I did have that up. I don't know why. I'm an idiot. Okay, there we go.
All right. No, it's no problem. I just thought you were getting a transmission from Starfleet. They were sending you a Priority 1 communication.
No, they told me to go to hell.
So, last weekend was the weekend that 65 opened up with 12.3 million. Opened in third place last week. Well, this weekend it fell 53% to 5.8 million.
Ow! People don't like that movie.
No, and
you liked it.
I liked it, but see, it's all a matter of preference too. What are you looking for when you're going to see a movie like 65? And I'm going to say what I said in my short, and I said last week on Pop Talk. 65 is one of those movies that either you're going to like it or you're not going to like it. I liked it because, in my opinion, it was a combination of Alien with Jurassic Park.
Well, the budget, according to Google, says it was 45 million. So.
So we could have called this Jurassic. Never mind.
And Joker Voice says, I'm going to scoot, guys. I'm hungry. And y'all talking about McDonald's. Well, Big Mac sounds good. Have a great day.
No, we weren't necessarily talking.
And we will definitely keep talking. Sometimes you start talking about food. Somebody listens. And that somebody goes, now my stomach's growling and I'm hungry. Thanks, guys. Welcome to Pop Talk. Well, we'll make you hungry for food.
Food talk, yeah.
Although that was something that Zan Zoltan and I did for one episode of Pop Talk. He started telling me about all different delicacies that they have down in Argentina. And I enjoyed listening to it.
It is.
Anonymous says later. Yeah. And let's see. Quantumania or Flopomania. Yeah. Let's see. Says the Disney Marvel Studios superhero sequel is now earning box office numbers as small as its title characters. Now, in its fifth weekend, it falls negative 43% to 4 million in fifth place.
Wow. People don't like that
And
one either.
and it says due to the steep drops, Quantumania's 205.8 million domestic total is falling fast against comparable MCU titles through the equivalent point in release. It's because it's not a very good movie.
No.
I can say that as someone who saw the movie. It's not very good.
Mm-hmm.
Marvel has lost its magic. And I'm not saying that because they're owned by Disney. They've just lost their magic because they keep pumping it out, pumping it out, pumping it out. And by pumping it out, I mean they keep pumping out movies, TV shows. They're oversaturating the market. It's, as I've heard many others say before, and it's true. It's more about, the quantity of content instead of the quality of the content.
Mm-hmm. And you should focus on the quality.
Yeah.
That'll get you more.
Yeah, and it again proves why Marvel needed to take a serious break after Endgame. 5 to 10 years. I think that would have been enough time for them to say, okay, what are we going to do for the next phase? Who's going to be our big villain for the next Avengers movie? Let those ideas sit there for a while, and then once they have formulated a good plan, execute that plan. But no, it's all right. How much more can we do?
Yeah. How many movies can we put into a year? How many shows can we do in a year? I mean, you're kind of doing it with Star Wars with Disney Plus. Let's have Clone Wars and Mando at the same time.
Well,
or the Bad Batch, that Bad Batch series, yeah.
Not only that, if you don't watch some of these shows on Disney Plus and these characters pop up in the movie, you're completely lost as to why they're there and what their part of the story is.
Exactly.
Why we should care.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what, again, I was talking with my friend the other day about is, you have to have books and comics to explain what happened in this quote-unquote sequel fanfic that they had out. And if this didn't make sense to you, well, you have to read this book. And that'll make sense to you, but it also follows through with this comic book. That's not how you do it.
No.
The original series, the 6 films were one thought out. There was a plan. Yes, the plan got changed several times. People sit back and say, "Well, it wasn't following the exact plan he had." No, things change as you go along, but you had the overall plan. Where you're going to end up, how you're going to get there. And as JJ said, we had no plan. So again, that's a problem.
I mean, that was obvious from anybody who saw the movies and actually looked at them from many points of views and went, "Wait a minute, okay." So in The Force Awakens, the whole thing is about finding out where Luke is, so you can ask him why he left. And then when you finally get to Luke, he just looks at the lightsaber and tosses it over his shoulder like, whatever. This means nothing to me anymore.
Exactly. And it's like, seeing your father's lightsaber that was given to you, would it be like, where the hell do you get this? Last time I saw it was, I was on this weather vane.
Yeah, and I think it would have been funny because it would have been appropriate, in my opinion. He should have said when he saw the lightsaber, "Did you find the hand that was with it?"
Yep. I mean, you have that fatigue there. You got phase bore now, going in, or is it not phase bore? It's phase by now, I suppose. When you only have one movie that you're interested in, and that's the Guardians film. They have that fatigue. Even my friend was saying that we're just tired of it. I mean, they've been relying on it for like 12, 15 years of having these superhero films be these big blockbusters, but now they're not reaping what they're sowing. And are some of these characters even what people want to see? Like Ant-Man. It's like, Ant-Man wasn't all that big of a hero in the Marvel or series at all compared to the others, but you have the fatigue. You don't care no more. And Star Wars is getting it. Marvel's getting it. And I think even Star Trek, because STD is being given a case of penicillin.
Yeah. Yeah, and as far as Star Trek is concerned, I think it needs to take a break. I think Star Wars needs to take a break, and once again, Marvel needs to take a break. We need a break from comic book movies. They're not as profitable as they used to be.
I don't even call them superhero movies; they're just action flicks, basically with powers. It's like you don't necessarily get down to the core of a superhero movie. Not like Superman, not like the '89 Batman, and some of the others. Even the Flash TV show. There's something more to just having loud explosions, and if that's all you're going to be relying on is, how many people can we put heroes that we can put together and blow shit up with? After a while, it gets boring.
Yeah,
and
I do want to say hello to Godzillion Era, who says, "Was there a hand with the saber?" Going along the lines of what I said, although, I would love to see a Godzillionaire movie, a rich kaiju going through towns. He sees the building he doesn't like, he just vaporizes it.
No, he buys it. He buys it, then raises it, and builds something new over it.
Yeah. That's why it says he vaporizes it, buys the property that it was on, and builds his palace.
Mm-hmm. Godzillionaire, of course, the only person who give cash money a run for, of course, the money.
Sure.
Yeah. I mean, basically, that's what superhero films are now.
Yeah. Michael Bay films.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. You just find a better direction for stuff. And I know people are enjoying Mando. Other people aren't enjoying Mando.
But even Mando's not doing well. Even Mando's not doing well.
I haven't watched Mando yet, so I don't have an opinion on the third season. But
hey, Paul. I would love that. Yeah, I mean, what I'm going to sit back and say about, because I haven't seen it yet, but I do have the ability to, and I'm going to. And it was being told about the third episode. And my gaming buddy said back saying he was loving to see me react to that one, and it's what we sat back and started saying. What one of the big problems with Star Wars is you made the New Republic or the Rebel Alliance into villains, and you've been sanctifying the Empire. The way Disney has shown us the Empire, it's like, why are we fighting? This is just fine. Palpatine did no wrong. But so
yeah, I don't. Like I said, I don't. It's one of those things now for me. If I watch this, I mean, there's people, of course, who watch House of the Dragon. I watched I watched at least an episode, and I just like Game of Thrones. I just don't know if I care to want to watch it. Mm-hmm. And maybe I shouldn't feel that way. Maybe I should be excited and happy about it. But I don't find much lately that I go, oh, I can't wait to watch this. I mean, should I be surprised, like, for example, why something like Willow got canceled? Probably not. But it was probably a little bit of a shock because I thought, oh.
And I do want to say hello to Resolute Germ. Well, that's like watching Picard. Mm-hmm. I don't see what all the hype's about.
I don't either, man.
No. I mean, that first episode that we watched, I haven't seen any other episodes, by the way. All was member berries and throwbacks. I mean, hey, look, we have LaForge at the helm, just like we had a new Sulu at the helm in Generations, passing in the generations. And this is your son. It's like, what? Just like Star Trek 2. I mean, going through there, just picking up. Yeah, we've done this before. We've done this before. This has been done before, and all this has been done a lot better.
I was going to say, not only has it been done before, it's been done a lot better. It's like when they were making a big deal about having, their representation of the non-binary characters. It's like, okay, well, Next Generation already had an episode about that, and already had characters that were like that. So that's been done, and nobody back then, and myself included, went, "Oh my god, I can't believe they're doing this." We watched it, and we actually either found things we liked about the episode or things we didn't like about the episode. I'm sure there are people who didn't like the episode. I didn't mind it, and I still don't mind it. And I want to say hello to Nova Vaughn, and of course, I also just real quick want to say hello to Resolute Germ. And if I already said hello, well, I'm saying hello again. And
you did say it, and I'm the one with the primary issues here.
And Nova Vaughn says, "What's going on?" Well, we're talking about the weekend box office, and Shazam: Fury of the Gods only making $30.5 million, and Baron had found out some news about the potential return of Married with Children in animated form. So we've got a few other stories to talk about, but let's see. Paul is saying check Discord. I will in a little bit. Let's go ahead and
super secret messages, folks.
Yep. Dun, 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 dun.
Let's go ahead and talk about this next article, and unfortunately, it's some sad news.
Oh yeah.
As John Wick star Lance Reddick passed away Friday at the age of 60. So I'm going to go ahead and post the article into the chat, and all the articles except for the Married with Children one are in the description below. And this article was written by Jamie Dirac, and it was posted on the 17th. It says Lance Reddick, the actor known best for playing Cedric Daniels in The Wire and Sharon in the John Wick franchise, has passed away at age 60. TMZ is reporting that Lance's body was found at his home in Studio City this morning around 9:30 a.m. The actor's cause of death is currently unknown, but law enforcement sources told TMZ the actor's passing appears to be natural. Reddick was set to reprise his role as Sharon in John Wick Chapter 4, which is being released in theaters next week, meaning this week. It will be released this Friday. Reddick had over 100 acting credits to his name, with upcoming projects such as the White Man Can't Jump remake and Percy Jackson and the Olympians. Reddick was also signed on to play Sharon once again in the upcoming John Wick spinoff. And it says Ballerina was that spinoff. Reddick has been busy promoting John Wick Chapter 4 and posted on social media only one day ago. In honor of National Puppy Day, Reddick was expected to make an appearance on the Kelly Clarkson show next week ahead of the new movie's release. Goes on to say Reddick was born in Baltimore, Maryland, and studied classical music composition at the University of Rochester Eastman School of Music, where he got his Bachelor of Music degree before earning a Master of Fine Arts degree from Yale in 1994. Reddick began acting on screen in the 1990s, first appearing in episodes of New York Undercover, Swift Justice, and The Nanny. His first film role was playing Anton Lafarge, not LaForge, and Alfonso Cuarón's Great Expectation in 1998. Reddick's film credits included The Siege, I Dreamed of Africa, Say a Word, Tennessee, The Way of War, Jonah Hex, Won't Back Down, White House Down, The Guest, Little Woods, Sylvie's Love, One Night in Miami, Godzilla vs. Kong, and more. Goes on to say Reddick's television appearances included The West Wing, Falcone. You had Oz, Law and Order Special Victims Unit, CSI Miami, Lost, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, Fringe, The Blacklist, Rick and Morty, American Horror Story, DuckTales, Castlevania, Bosch, and more. Reddick just wrapped up production on the first season of Percy Jackson and the Olympians, which will see him playing Zeus. As for the John Wick franchise, news of Reddick's involvement in Ballerina was announced in December. Sharon is an indispensable part of the world of Wick, and it's great to know that Lance will continue to make his mark on the franchise. Producer Erica Lee said in a statement, the project wrapped production in February, which means fans will get another chance to see Reddick in the role. Reddick married Stephanie Day in 2011. Our thoughts are with his friends and family at this difficult time, as are our thoughts and well wishes to his family on his unfortunate passing.
Definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah.
Busy man, though. I mean,
yeah,
he's just working. He must love what he was doing. And if you're getting work, that's good.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And to see that, he had, such a long list of credits.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to roles, whether it be in movie and TV, when it says, it means that his acting legacy will live on.
Mm-hmm. Especially with animated and the video games too. So I mean,
yeah, he did some voice in Destiny and.
Yep.
So. Yeah, that's sad.
You guys should watch that when he went on Eric Andre's show, and he's like, "I'm not going to put up with this guy's crap." It was just so funny. He was trying to intimidate him. He broke the desk and stuff. I couldn't stop laughing. You guys might be able to pull out the clip actually. But...
The Eric Andre show.
Yeah, Eric Andre, dude. He was on there. He wasn't putting up with any of Eric Andre's shit. He broke the table and stuff. It was so funny.
I'm looking it up right now.
He's on the. He's all over it.
I try to be, and not always.
No. It's supposed to change. You should keep it up.
All right. I'll probably have to end up pausing this, every few moments.
Really, you might. There's not really any music in it, but maybe.
Well, because it's on Adult Swim is where I found this clip.
Mm-hmm.
So,
you might have
Adult Swim's owned by Warner Brothers, and you know how Warner Brothers can be.
You mean Money Brothers?
Yeah. But with this, it should be okay. You might even be able to find that clip somewhere else that somebody put up. So.
Yeah, but I'd still be subjected to the same copyright.
Yeah, it's all free advertisement for YouTube, but whatever.
I know, Cash. I didn't write the rules.
Let's be dangerous.
All right, so here we go.
Fire and lost Lance Reddick. All right. You look fantastic, sir. Have a seat. Yeah. Hello from night to night. You find me?
I have that same look on my face right now.
This.
Wow.
What's up with claymation? What's up with it?
He just ass off the wall shit. It's great. So have you guys ever watched the show? It's
No, I have not.
It's so off the wall, dude. But this one is hilarious. A lot of them are funny.
That's cool. Here's the thing. I don't give a shit about Baseball.
All right, that's it. That's it. I'm not watching any more of this.
He's just saying off the random shit, though, Mike. You have to.
Cash. I'm just trying to be funny about it. You know,
It's boring.
I know.
Wait, this is what I want to talk about. Not that. No, yeah, I did want to talk about that. You think Bieber sprays his DNA all over the ladies when he's in Paris?
Well, okay. And here I thought to myself, I thought to myself, and I thought Pop Talk was crazy. This makes Pop.
You can watch some more of it if you want. It's just funny. They do this stuff where they just want to embarrass the guest, and Lance just wasn't having any of it. He probably saw it coming, but maybe he didn't. You need a new desk.
Well, it's got to be planned.
Yeah, I think so. He might have not known. Who knows? It might have been planned, but it's just funny.
That's right, Paul. You've seen something that I haven't seen.
Wow. Well, yeah. I mean, you haven't seen the Barbie movie yet. Paul's seen it, 3-4 times.
Well, he must be getting a special screening.
I don't know, Resolute. It just makes me laugh because it's so off the wall. It's so ridiculous. But you have to. We should have finished watching the rest of the clip, but that's all right.
Take a look at that. Look at the hair. That's the reason why. Take a look at Eric Andre and take a look at that icon there. Look at the hair. That's why he likes it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He likes Vash the Stampede, and wow.
That's right.
It explains everything.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so let's go ahead and move on to one of the stories that's one of the main stories for today's show, and it's in the gaming news, so we might as well talk about. No, we're not talking about the other one yet. No, not yet. But we are going to talk about Toxic Crusaders. They're gross, but they still get girls. Yes, I said the actual theme.
Yay! It's been I barely remember that show.
Yeah, I remember it a little bit.
So this article comes from Superhero Hype, and it caught my attention because Cash had sent me an article about it. And I was thinking, as I'm watching the trailer for it, thinking, it looks like they took a page out of Shredder's Revenge. And that game was released last summer. So it says the Toxic Crusaders return in a new video game. This was posted on St. Patty's Day. And it's by
the Irish.
Blair Marnell. It says, if you've never heard of the Toxic Crusaders, it's probably because the animated series only lasted a single season in 1991. It was a very loose adaptation of Troma's The Toxic Avenger, and very kid-friendly animated show in the vein of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. While the team was never close to the popularity of TMNT, the Toxic Crusaders are set to return in an all-new video game. Retrowave is behind the new game, which looks like it was inspired by the success of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge. In other words, it's a 4-player beat-em-up game, and it goes on to say within the announcement video below, the playable characters include Toxie, his girlfriend Yvonne, No Zone, Junkyard, and Major Disaster, Headbanger, and Toxie's mom. And it also goes on to say Miss Junko will be a playable character. Well, that's Toxie's mom. And it goes on to say there are a lot of callbacks to the animated series in the video, and Yvonne's soprano sing and accordion act has even been turned into a useful, powerful power for the game. I don't know why I'm flubbing that, but hey, it's Pop Talk.
Yay!
The game will be set in Traumaville with an assortment of bizarre enemies, including mutants, zombie chickens, radiation rangers. There will also be cameos from characters who appeared in Trauma films like Sergeant
Kabuki Man. Kabuki Man.
Kabuki
Kabuki Man. Yeah.
Kabuki Man,
Mhm.
NYPD, Class of Nukem High, and Poltergeist, Night of the Chicken Dead. Toxic Crusaders will be released on PC later this year, but it is unknown if it will be ported to consoles. Attendees at PAX East will be able to test out a playable version of the game at Retro Waves booth from March 23rd to the 26th.
Okay,
So
game my tickets now.
That's coming up. That's next weekend.
Yeah, I better get going.
Are you excited about the return of the Toxic Crusaders? Let us know. Well, if it's a fun beat 'em up game, I might enjoy it.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say excited because it's like, Toxie is a bit of a esoteric character out there. You either know or you don't know. And that game's got to be aimed for people like us, except for Cash, he's still young. But, us older folks that remember the Trauma films and the several Toxic Avenger films, and which were not very kid-friendly. Trauma is not known for their kid-friendly. That's why it was always surprised me they made a cartoon series out of it.
Yeah. And I am not going to play any sound because it does play a version of the theme song, and I don't want to get a copyright claim or a copyright strike, but I will play the video with the gameplay.
Ooh. Oh, yeah, there we go.
Yeah, I mean, right away, you can tell that was inspired by Shredder's Revenge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, again, right here. Definitely inspired by Shredder's Revenge. It's inspired by those classic arcade beat 'em ups, really.
Right. That's what I'm saying. They're probably more aimed for us than the younger set.
Mm-hmm. I'm only turning the volume down because I can hear the song, but I want to be able to hear what you guys are saying.
Oh.
So, yeah, I mean, 4 players. So just imagine Baron, Cash, myself, and the 4th person to be named later going through and beating the crap out of villains and going through junkyards and toxic dumps and
in the Ohio? Too soon? I'm sorry.
Oh boy, Baron. I just got one thing to add to that. Oh man. Ooh. Yeah.
Boy, that escalated quickly. I mean, that really got out of hand fast.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Yep, there you go. That's a trailer for Toxic Crusaders, also known as Toxic Avenger.
Mm-hmm.
So,
how many of you kids out there in the audience know who he is?
Well, 3 people on the panel don't know who he is, and yeah, Resolute Germ has it right here. It is Shredder's Revenge with a toxic skin. Yeah, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well, you are dealing with mutants in both cases.
Once you see one mutant, you've seen them all.
Mm-hmm.
And let's see. Let's go ahead and talk about this next article.
What article? I can't wait. I'm excited.
Well, I'm getting to it, but yeah, I'll definitely give Toxic Crusaders a shot. I'm willing to try any classic beat 'em up style game, as long as it's a fun game, and
especially if it's on a computer. I mean, if it was console only, I might have a little bit of problem, but
yeah. Well, everybody knows that the PC's the dominant device to use for a game.
Are you trying to start a fight with people?
Maybe. That's right. I'm saying PC's the master race.
Ooh. Whoa. 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 That.
When it comes to video gaming, PC versus console, PC's the master.
Wow. It's almost. Oh, man. Wow. It's just. I'm just. Wow. Wow. And I don't even have a gun in this fight. I mean, I got PC, I have consoles, but I'm still inept to all of it. But you're almost making it sound like we're going into
The announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
Weren't you? You're talking about the New World Order with the computers.
I mean, look at how everything's going. That's as far as I'll go with that. But
ooh, shots fired! Love it, love it. I love when other people take shots.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, I shouldn't be the only one.
No, we all have to speak our mind, and that's what Pop Talk's about: speaking our mind and having a discussion about it.
Well,
and I don't blame Resolute Germ for this statement here.
Yeah.
No, I don't blame him at all. He says not really caring for the game, just want them to release the DVD of the series. That's understandable.
I'm surprised they haven't.
After all this time, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And Godzillion there is saying consoles are dead. True. Especially, continuing with the video game talk. I mean, we'll get to the other article next. But when you have these new consoles and all they're doing is remastering a game that you got on the previous console, that's not really taking full advantage of the new console's technology.
Yeah. I mean, go ahead and keep the old stuff pertinent, but give something to show what this console can do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I still find games on the Switch and so on, but I've always told people that you should get a PC if you want more options. If you can afford it, get a PC. But and my PS4, I don't see still a reason yet to buy a PS5. Maybe an Xbox Series X so I can play some old games that I can't on PC, unfortunately. It's just the way it is. I just would like to see PS5 bring some excitement, and then I'd be like, oh, maybe this is finally worth it. But it's more now. I'm just going to wait for these other games to come on PC. So
yeah,
it just may take a while.
Yeah, I mean, the one thing, and I haven't used the consoles in a long time, so I hate to know how long it's going to take. But those updates for the Xboxes are ridiculous. No, it's like, okay, time to get this this new whatever, and it's like 3 days later, and we're at 5%.
Well, I know what you mean. I mean, even when you open up Steam, there's games that always need an update. War Thunder's one of the biggest ones that I have that's constantly needing an update. If it's not every other day, it seems like it's every week. There's some new update for the game, and it's like, okay, what are they adding to the game now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who knows? I know that some of these games do the little updates because, they have every month or whatever, but others is like, what's going on?
Mm-hmm. So, with this article from Cosmic Book News, which was by Matt McGloin, it was posted on Thursday, says Ben Affleck not interested in directing for James Gunn DCU. Zack Snyder's Dark Knight actors opens up about not wanting to play in James Gunn's Playground and what happened with Justice League.
The hell you say?
Ben Affleck won't be suiting up as Batman, and he also won't be directing anything for James Gunn in the DCU. In an interview with THR, Ben Affleck is asked if DC came to him now and asked if he wants to direct something, would he? Affleck responds that he doesn't have any interest in the way James Gunn is doing things.
In other words, James Gunn, how insulting is it? I'm not going to have you play, but I want you to direct.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's like, F you.
Yes, the problematic stuff. You know, like like when it came to the remasters of Grand Theft Auto 3, San Andreas, and Vice City. Yeah, I bought the game when it came out. And then a couple days later, when Rockstar made it so nobody could play the game that they purchased because they had to take a file out, they had to take a patch out, update it so it's not so offensive. It's like, oh, give me a break.
That's what the game is for, being offensive. Come on.
All right, so you
But
can
one
see
too
that
many hooker got killed? Is that what it was?
maybe, who knows, but she's not real.
I don't.
They're not real. They're video game characters.
So am I.
Oh, wait a minute. Wow, you look so real.
The CGI is absolutely freaking. Have you seen the version 5 of of the computer art system? That's me. I'm version 5, man.
I did not know that.
Yeah. Back in the day, I used to be known as Max Enru.
Mm. Although they're bringing that back too.
Yeah, I heard something. It's like, yeah, Max Headroom, I don't think would have any legs now. Really, he was that element of the '80s and '90s that will never come back. People wouldn't really understand. We would, but it's like, what's this all about? What's this? What? Hey, the new Coke. Why does he stutter?
Yeah, people just wouldn't get it. What the whole premise of the show is.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So, with this article, as you can see there, this was the question from the Hollywood Reporter. So, if DC came to you now and said, "Do you want to direct something?" and then Affleck's answer was, "I would not direct something for James Gunn, DC. Absolutely not. I have nothing against James Gunn. Nice guy. Sure, he's going to do a great job. I just wouldn't want to go in and direct in the way they're doing that. I'm not interested in that."
No. He's very much the Zack Snyderverse,
Mm-hmm. James Gunn said he spoke with Ben Affleck. Goes on to say, what is interesting is that when James Gunn and Peter Safran announced their new DCU slate, including the new Batman movie, The Brave and the Bold, Gunn actually said he spoke with Ben Affleck, that Affleck is a part of their team and really wants to direct one of the DCU projects. And worth a mention is that Gunn also said he spoke with Gal Gadot and Henry Cavill.
Yeah, he talked to him while you're fired. That's what he talked.
Yeah.
I'm going to talk to you about the new direction. You're fired.
This is the introduction of DCU's Batman. It's not Robert Pattinson. It is not Ben Affleck. We're working with Robert on the Batman Part 2 with Matt Reeves. And we're working with Ben Affleck, who has been a part of our team trying to bring things together, and he really wants to direct one of our projects. We're excited for him to do that. So at this point, my question to both of you and to anyone who's still here watching and listening and lurking, do you believe either of them?
I'm not a big fan of Ben Affleck, but I'm on his side because James Gunn's done goofy shit like this. No, it'd be a bit high horse.
There's a lot of talk. There's a lot of talk, and there needs to be more action. But as I just can't wrap my head around Warner Brothers, DC, they keep that nutcase Ezra Miller around, and even though he won't be in some of these properties, until they get rid of him, I just think there's going to be headaches.
Oh yeah,
maybe that's really they're just. I think, and people say, "Oh, you can just ignore the problem." Can you though? Seems like a big ass problem to me, but I don't. It's great. Oh my gosh, Phil McCracken. Anyways,
Well, Phil McCracken. So, what you're trying to say is
This
this?
is Patrick Stewart, and I always watch Pop Talk with.
Oh, that's the wrong one.
This is Patrick Stewart, and I wish to tell Phil McCracken that I hate him also.
You want my honest answer, Phil McCracken? Well, here it is.
How about no?
I avoided that once. I'm going to avoid it again. I do not want to see it.
If you can dodge Caddyshack 2, you can dodge a ball.
Yeah, you say it's your fault.
You say it's his fault, Paul, but you listen to him.
That's right. You went down that rabbit hole again. We're not going to try to lift you out of it, man.
I don't want to make sausage, but I'll just do a quick one for your Mike. Okay, there we are in the back room. That's what I have to say, because I don't want people to see us making sausage. Whip out my sausage and yay or nay on that.
Oh, please don't. And I'm gonna go ahead and say it during this live stream. If anyone ever pulls a stunt like that on Pop Talk, you are gone from the show forever. But before I kick you off completely, you're getting a scolding from me. All right. So getting back to this article, it says, so assuming James Gunn really did talk to Ben Affleck, it appears that Affleck got a sense of whatever direction Gunn and Safran are going with, didn't like it, and chose not to be involved. Ben Affleck can be seen as Batman in The Flash, out June 16th, and recently it has been said his Batman cameo in Aquaman 2 has been cut.
Mm-hmm.
Ben Affleck opens up about DC, Batman, and Justice League. Go ahead, Baron.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. I was just going to say, right there is, okay, you're going to rip me out of it sounds like you're ripping me out of a movie that I was already in. You let us go. And let's see, what else was I going to think with the whole thing? But now you want me to direct this mess, and you got rid of me, Henry, and Gal, but you kept Ezra. How much do you want to bet that might be even a sticking point? It's like you got rid of us, and Ezra's still on the payroll.
It's people get mad at you still because like they seem to defend Ezra, but my point is still the same. Like, how do you find a good direction for DC if Ezra Miller is still around, even though he's not going to be in these animated films and stuff probably and other stuff that they're doing? How do you find a good direction when you keep that headache around? And that guy is not just a headache, but he's also dangerous. I mean, the proof. And is he really getting help? I doubt it. And like you said, Baron, they get rid of Henry Cavill, they get rid of Gal Gadot, and it's like, oh, well, I want you to direct a movie. Ben Affleck's like, I don't need this shit, I'm sure.
And Phil, you're saying that Caddyshack 2 is the show we need?
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
So Phil, I got a question for you.
What would you say you do here?
What would you say you do here? I think I know exactly what you do here. You are, as I have told you time and time again, even in Discord, you are Satan. You are the devil. You whisper into people's ears. You whisper into Paul's ears and tell him Caddyshack 2 was the greatest. You got to watch it, Paul. And then he listens to you, and then you cackle. You cackle as you get another victim to submit to one of the worst movies ever made. And don't tell me you don't cackle. Paul has a live stream on his channel after he watched Caddyshack 2, and you're cackling. You are the devil. And don't say you're an angel, you're a devil.
Yeah, he is a devil. Just want to sit back and say, unfortunately, guys, I got to drop out for now. Some stuff is happening.
Okay.
But if I can get back on later, I will. But if not, take care, everybody.
All right. Thank you, Baron. I'll make sure to plug your channel.
Thank you.
Baron.
Okay, bye.
Talk to you soon, buddy.
You got it.
But yeah, Phil, no. I refuse to watch Caddyshack 2. No.
No. Caddyshack 2 is an abomination. Nobody should ever watch that. It should have never been made, but unfortunately the first movie made enough money, so they're like, hey, let's do a sequel. Let's not bring most of the cast back that people liked, but let's do that. Oh gosh. Movie's a mess. It's a mess.
No. I'd rather do what I do well. Playing video games. And that's dialogue in video games. Then watch Caddyshack 2.
Yeah. Caddyshack 2. What a mess.
All right. So basically, what we know is Ben Affleck has no interest in directing for James Gunn and the DCEU. So let's go ahead and talk about what everybody's here for. And I can already hear everybody saying, nope, not gonna do it. Nope. Not gonna watch Caddyshack 2, and definitely not gonna pay $70 for a game. A game, folks. $70 for a game. No,
as I keep explaining to people, and I feel I don't want to lecture people about this, I really don't, but sometimes I just can't wrap my head around it. They tell us that this is potentially fine. I always say potentially, yes. A Zelda game could be a $70 game, but it would need enough content. And considering that $40 to $60 games, especially a lot of $60 games, don't even have that much content. So when you buy a $60 game, you have to put up with bullshit. We look at Gotham Knights, for example. I did only pay $23. That to me is just a $30 game. You look at stuff that people bought, like Forspoken. They didn't obviously get their money worth. I didn't buy it. I could always play the demo if I really want to try it, but that game bombed hard. I just had a bad feeling about it, so I stayed far away from it. You have games like Demon's Souls when it first came out, remake. That was $70 on PC. You have other games on Microsoft. What was it? I'm trying to remember what. There's been at least a few games on Microsoft that were at least $70. I have to look them up, but definitely, I think Gran Turismo 7 was $70 when it came. Now, just saying that, you can wait for a sale, which I would recommend doing personally, especially if you're not sure about the game. But even stuff like Bayonetta Origins, I played the demo of that, and it put me to sleep. And I don't even feel that's a $60 game. I just don't. I feel it's cheaper. If you're going to buy it, it's cheaper. So they can make this argument about how, oh, well, it's going to have $70 worth of content, blah, blah, blah. If you're going to buy any version, I feel, of Zelda, just wait for the collector's edition, because at least you're going to get more, even though you're going to pay. You're going to get more content. You're going to pay more, but you get more content. So that's not too shabby.
I mean, even when it came to Gotham Knights, I wasn't going to buy that game at full price. That's why I waited for it to go on sale.
No, and unfortunately, the reality is it's hard to be like, oh, I want to be excited about all these games, all these new games. Now, while there's a few games that I would say are definitely worth it, unless you're buying like an ultimate edition of something and you're getting a lot for your money, then it can be worth it to spend more money. But if you got a base game and it launches at $70, I mean, I even go back to the Ratchet and Clank. I'm really hoping the Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, when it comes out finally on PC, it should be this year, that it's not going to be $70 on PC, because that's going to be ridiculous. That game is a 5-hour and 35-minute game. That's that justifies a $70 price at launch? I don't think so. I think that's ridiculous. But
let's also get a perspective from someone else on this. I'm going to go ahead and send them an invite. And no, I am not sending you this invite so you can try to talk me into watching Caddyshack 2. I am not going to watch Caddyshack 2. For hate's sake, I stab at thee. I am not watching Caddyshack 2. That movie can take a long walk off a short pier.
It's a bad movie. The ice rink and the nonsense in the courtroom. It's bad. It's not a good film.
And just to let you know, person I just sent the invite to, if you even start talking about Caddyshack 2 and saying how good of a movie it is, you're gone. All right.
If anything, I would be coming on here to garner some sympathy, because right now I'm grieving the fact that my brother has fallen into the wiles of the trickster Phil McCracken, and I'm duty bound to go with him because I don't leave my brother behind.
So you're going to suffer with him, all right? So we get
Michael, I implore you, back out of the deal.
I tried to tell him last night on Revisited, but he wouldn't listen.
What is exactly the deal here? What does Phil get out of this except of your pain?
Another soul.
Another soul. Did you guys sell your soul to Phil? Is this like that Simpsons episode with the comic book?
I don't know what to think of it anymore, honestly. But for real though, thank you for letting me on here, Pacific.
Mm-hmm.
I initially wanted to come on because I heard you guys were talking about The Mandalorian, and I wanted to give my take on that, but I can wait until after we're done with this.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. I haven't watched
All right.
episodes yet, so.
All right. So I've been keeping up with it, and pretty much overall, and kind of keeping it spoiler free.
Okay.
I am enjoying it, but overall the show feels like a pretty substantial step down from the previous 2 seasons. And I think the biggest contributing factors to this are Book of Boba Fett, what ultimately happened, with that show, Gina Carano getting fired, and then I think people's tastes changing as far as what they look for in a Star Wars show, thanks to Andor.
Mm-hmm.
Like that more serious tone.
Yeah.
The more the stakes are high, and the story with these stakes being high needs to mean something.
Yep.
Exactly.
Andor, which was cool. Yes.
Like I said multiple times that Andor just was not a story for me, but now that I'm pretty much getting what I want, I realized, oh crap, this is actually not as good as basically Be Careful What You Wish For, because I wanted The Mandalorian again, and now I'm getting it. I'm like, I'm not enjoying this as much.
And let me ask you this, along with the fact that you had Andor being, good in your eyes and Cash's eyes and others who have seen it and who have enjoyed it. And, you also have to go back to the season 2 finale of The Mandalorian with Luke coming in and taking Grogu to train Grogu in the ways of the Jedi. And then everything that transpired in the Book of Boba Fett with that whole thing being basically undone. Do you think it's left a sour taste?
And just as a side note, the whole thing that Jon Favreau said about Luke being with Grogu for 2 years, no. I call major BS on that. There's no way that 2 years passed between Book of Boba Fett, between the end of Mando season 2 and what happened in Book of Boba Fett. No way.
No. That just seems like a cop out.
Yeah. And then combine all of that with pretty much the confirmation that we'd all been dreading, that yes, ultimately these shows do lead up to the sequel trilogy. I mean, let's be honest, not talking bad about anyone that said rumors to the contrary, but I think deep down we all kind of knew that, wishful thinking aside, that was always going to be the case.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Band-Aid's been ripped off, and when you combine all of those different aspects together, my enthusiasm for Mando is quite literally a shadow of what it used to be.
That's understandable. I completely get where you're coming from, Paul. I mean, when I watched Mando season 1, I enjoyed it for what it was.
Mm-hmm.
And then watching season 2, all the way through, I enjoyed some episodes more than others. And I especially enjoyed the season finale with Luke showing up, because I can still remember what I said, and the video is still up here on the channel, where I said we got what we've been asking for. We got Luke acting like Luke.
Well, Phil, guess what?
No, I just received a transmission from the devil himself. Cash, raise shields, ready all weapons.
All right.
All hands, red alert. I am going to beam them aboard, but I want security teams posted at all stations.
Okay, this is the closest weapon I have to me.
All right. Now let's see if he actually gives us some sort of pattern to lock onto so we can beam him aboard.
Yeah.
But I want the force fields around the transporter at full maximum. You can't trust this person.
No. Well, you let your guard down, and he convinces you to watch one of the worst movies ever.
All right, I'm getting the lock on some sort of pattern down there. Energizing. Hello, Phil.
What's up?
That does not sound like Phil. That sounds like someone possessed Phil.
He is possessed.
You just wait to see how you sound for watching Caddyshack 2 for the second time.
You're going to corrupt my brother.
I was not going to corrupt your brother. He wanted to experience free will. He wanted to experience what Caddyshack 2 was about.
You played the same trick on him that you played on me.
No.
And now you're taking advantage of my big brotherly duties to stick with him through hard times.
Think of it like the dog and the scorpion. And I want to get across the street. And I promise you, I will not sting you if you take me across the street. So I'm going to climb upon your back as you take me across the street. And as soon as we get across the street, what do you think I'm going to do?
You're going to do what you did last time and sting me and
you.
laugh at my pain.
And the pain, I'm going to do what a scorpion does. That's all I can say.
Can I just real quick play that clip?
I know you read my mind, Paul.
I'm pulling it up. I'm gonna go.
I don't want my pain taken away. I need my pain.
All right. Where is it?
Okay, so devil.
You can call me Satan. Lucifer,
Beelzebub,
Samael, Beelzebub, whatever tickles your fancy.
So now you're admitting you are the Dark Lord. Before, when I told you were the devil because I'm the one that can see it,
here's
you
proof.
would deny it.
Here's proof of just how evil Phil McCracken is.
Look at that haircut. Look at that haircut.
This is
that
from
haircut says abuse
4 months
me.
ago.
Abuse me.
Shut up, Phil. Hello.
Shut it, Phil.
And welcome to the Star Wars Guys YouTube channel where the Force is family. That's right. No intro video today because I am angry. And I'm angry.
Now pause it real quick.
This gentleman right here.
Listen to the cackle. Listen to the cackle, ladies and gentlemen.
What can I say?
That is not a well person in the head.
This person right here is evil. He is demented. He should not be trusted in any way, shape, or form. All right, you can continue with the video, Paul.
Because he tricked me into watching a terrible movie.
I tried to warn you. I tried to help
you. We told you.
Right? Yeah.
Listen to that evil maniacal laugh.
And they did tell me, and I paid for it. And now, thanks to him, I'm gonna have to go through it with Michael all over again.
And listen to him now.
Yeah, he's already
Phil
off of my pain.
McCracken.
Who knows? Maybe Anonymous will come join us.
Anonymous, don't listen to him.
Do not do it.
The time has come. Execute Order 66.
And here's the thing, especially don't do it if you have any respect at all for the actor Jackie Mason, because this movie will make you lose respect for him.
All he's trying to do in that movie is a Rodney Dangerfield impression.
Exactly.
I know deep down, Anonymous wants to join and watch Caddyshack 2. I know deep down.
You know what? Anonymous, only if you have the time, brother. I'm going to send you the invite and you can respond to the devil himself personally.
What he just said in the chat. Smart man.
Yes, Anonymous is a smart man. Everybody who comes by the channel, smart people. Me, I'm the idiot. But somebody's got to fill that role.
Fair enough. So yeah, pretty much I said everything that I need to say about Mando. So this game thing.
Yes. Nintendo of America president justifies $70 price tag for The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. The price point reflects the type of experience that fans can expect. That's a rather large boast.
Yeah. And truthfully, when I saw that, because I first noticed, and I'm sure you guys did too, that games were starting to go up to $70 on like the PS5 and such. At first, I thought that was due to like a shortage of the materials used to make the actual physical copies, because, you know, COVID's disrupted our supply chains and stuff like that's not as easy to come by anymore. But if they're amplifying the $70 price tag because of content, then I do have to agree with what Cash said earlier. You better give us a lot of bang for our buck if you're going to justify a $70 price tag. And even then, like Cash said, find a discount or find a deal for it used or something.
This game better not have any bugs. It
There's-
better be
there-
a
there's-
polished game the moment it's released.
There's few games that I would say is worth the $70 price tag. Hogwarts was worth every penny.
Yeah, you bought the deluxe edition.
Thanks for making me jealous, Phil.
Well, he's the devil. What do you expect?
Why you blame me? I didn't do nothing to your computer.
I know, but you're rubbing it in my face, the fact that you could play that game no issue, and I'm still dealing with lost frame rates because I have yet to buy RAM for my computer.
Envy is a deadly sin. You shouldn't have it. You should be saying, well, I'm glad you can play it. It hurts that you're upset with me.
Being bitter is more fun. Being
Did
bitter
we
is
go
more
to
fun.
church today?
Did you go to church today?
Of course I did. Did you not feel the earthquake?
Fell in the earthquake. Why? Because you rose from hell?
But yeah, I mean, Hogwarts was worth $70. Got some stuff that was worth it. Additional. I would say this: when Elder Scrolls 6 comes out, for me that'll be worth it. But a lot of games, I'm like cash money, man. I'll wait. I mean, look, right now you can get for $5, you can get Jedi Fallen Order. If that's your thing. So, but $70 for Zelda. They better have some add-ons that's quite worth that price tag.
Well, let's get into the article and find out why Nintendo of America's president says this game is worth $70. And that's just for the basic game. It says, Nintendo of America's president has justified The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom costing $70, claiming that it will reflect the experience players will have. Talks about AAA games becoming $70 came 3 years ago, as 2K games charged $69.99 for NBA 2K21 for the then upcoming PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X and S. Bloomberg also reported that year that gaming executives had been pushing to raise the standard price of a game for years. While the conversation had centered around those next-gen consoles, the less graphically powerful Nintendo Switch was overlooked until Nintendo revealed this February that The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom would have a recommended retail price of $69.99. We determined the suggested retail price for any Nintendo product on a case-by-case basis, a Nintendo spokesperson told Game Informer. When asked if this would be a trend going forward, the spokesperson replied, "No, we determined the suggested retail price for any Nintendo product on a case-by-case basis." Okay, the same thing that was said above. It goes on to say, Nintendo of America President Doug Bowser. Doug Bowser. Bowser Koopa. Yeah. Okay, I was trying to make a joke. It's falling flat. But has recently offered further justification in an interview with the Associated Press, explaining, "We look at what the game has to offer. I think fans will find this is an incredibly full, deeply immersive experience." In response to a question asking about Tears of the Kingdom's $70 price figure. And before we continue on with the rest of this article, I do want to welcome our next panelist who has something to say to Satan himself.
Burn in hell, Phil McCracken.
You just know that welcome is for Caddyshack 2, and I know you are dying to see it and want to join us in watching a unique movie.
Unique is one way to put it.
That's a good word. That's a good word, Phil.
Uniquely terrible.
Oh, all right. Listen, Caddyshack 2. I didn't have any bad feelings toward it. I didn't have any good feelings toward it. Of course, I haven't seen it in like 15 years, and there's probably a reason why. It wasn't as good as the first, obviously. I didn't think so at the time, and the weirdness of like they had to bring in Dan Aykroyd to play the weird guy, I guess. And I don't know. It was a cheap knockoff, in my opinion. If I watched it again, I'd probably rip it to shreds. I'm sorry. I probably would.
Yet further
So,
reason
Phil-
why
Yeah.
you should just run.
Run, just go away and pretend like it didn't never existed. Right. Phil, why are you trying to to force this thing down everybody's throat? I don't understand this.
I'm gonna sweeten the deal. I'm gonna make a deal that you cannot refuse, Anonymous.
Oh yeah.
I will never again ever sing the Anonymous theme song if you come watch Caddyshack 2.
It's a trap. It's a trap.
Don't do it, Anonymous. Besides, I actually like that song.
Besides,
Father of all
Phil,
lies. Father of all lies.
Phil, at least on this live stream, I'm in control of playing that video
No,
clip,
but
and
I said I will not sing it.
I don't trust
You
him.
don't have
I
to
don't
hear
trust
your
him.
terrible singing voice. He'll still see the clip.
I will remove that from my repertoire just for you, Anonymous.
Don't believe him, Anonymous. Don't listen to him.
Come and watch Caddyshack 2.
You're full of crap, Phil. you are the father of all lies. The day after I watched Caddyshack 2, you would be right on the stream going doo, 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 and
I wouldn't do
don't
that.
lie. You know you would.
No, I wouldn't. I keep my word.
You love it too much, Phil. You love it too much. You can't quit me.
You say you'd keep your word, but your word is no good.
But have I ever gone back on my word?
In this case, I got a feeling you would go back on your word.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't. And Mike, I will also sweeten the deal for you. I will never again mention the Ivy in Ivy Field if you come watch Caddyshack
2. This is a trap. This is a trap. And
I want to shake that hand.
Real quick, Mike, let me just make the answer for you. No, you should not join because it's me that's going to be hosting that watch party. And despite the fact that this movie is literally terrible, I'm not going to do the same thing that Crit does and just skip around toward the end because I'm that tired of it. I at least have that much respect for it.
I am not going to do it. I will not do it. It doesn't matter how you try to sweeten the deal. I will not do it.
He will not do it, Sam. I am.
Everybody has a price.
And this is what happens to you, Phil, because you are going to go back on your word. We all know it.
Extinction to all traitors!
Perfect.
I feel like we're like on top of the mountain and Satan is tempting Jesus Christ. I'll give you this whole kingdom, give you many kingdoms or whatever if you bow down to me. It's like, Phil, no, we're too savvy to your wiles and your wicked ways.
Even Green Lantern saying, "Don't do it."
Yeah, that's right. See,
But
I got the voice of reason. I got
curiosity will kill the cat, and all you.
I'm not curious about the movie. I've seen the movie. I know how horrible it is. I don't need to see it again.
No, it's not the actual movie. It's the pain of people watching it, screaming.
I don't need to see people in pain for your pleasure, Phil.
Someone clip this as evidence.
That's right. Phil gets off on everybody else's pain.
Yes,
he's a pain. He's an emotional vampire.
He's the reverse of Cybok from his favorite movie, Star Trek V.
And you know what, Phil?
Tell me your pain, and I will get stronger.
You know what, Phil? With that as proof, I'm just going to say this to you.
You're gone!
Awesome.
Cast out the devil.
Yep.
So, back to the game thing.
Yeah.
As far as specifically with Tears of the Kingdom being $70, they would have to do a lot, and I mean a lot, to add stuff to the game from the previous one to make it worth $70. And I'm saying this as someone that I've already made up my mind I am going to get it at day one purchase. But here's what I expect to get out of my $70. A far more lively and immersive open world than what was in Breath of the Wild, a better soundtrack, more and better well-designed bosses, more and better well-designed dungeons, and a storyline that I don't have to go out and actually find where each portion of the story happens, and more often than not, listen to the story out of order and have to piece it together myself.
Good points. And according to this article, the price point reflects the type of experience that fans can expect when it comes to playing this particular game. This isn't a price point that we'll necessarily have on all our titles. And, going on your point, Paul, you want to be able to get your money's worth out of the game from moment one. He's saying that this is not necessarily the price point that they're going to put on all their titles, which if I, listen to that or read that again, I'm going to interpret it like this. Oh, it's coming. Other games will be $70.
Yeah, which again goes back to what I was thinking. To me, I could justify a physical copy game being slightly more. I could tolerate a physical copy of a game being $70 again for the sake of the materials made to make the physical product. But when they start making games that are $70 that are digital, there is no excuse for that. And truthfully,
there's no whatsoever.
I'm of the opinion in general, digital copies of games should be at least a good $10 cheaper or so, however much would make the math work. But digital games should be cheaper than physical because literally you're buying data. You're not buying a physical object you can hold in your hand.
And real quick before I continue the article, I do want to say hello to Storyman Jack. Good to see you.
But I get where you're coming from, Paul, and I understand that. What they need to know, or I don't know if you can find this information anywhere, what is the cost of developing the game itself? Are salaries gone up 10% or 20% since like the last Zelda that came out? Overhead costs, building, rent, electricity, all that stuff that goes into developing these games. Has that stuff gone up along with the rest of the country's inflation stuff? So maybe they can justify $70 per game. What's their revenue, or not revenue, but actual profit from these things anymore? Is it 35%? Is it 25%? Or is that profit going up or going down?
They're just going to make excuses, though. And that's what they do. The reality is that Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo can all be greedy fuckheads.
It's a corporation. They're all greedy. Right. I'm not saying they're not.
Yes.
This was even before inflation. Like they sell you a $60 game. We'll say, what was originally came out? Dragon Quest Treasures. Which, if you played any of the Dragon Quest game, they are fun, and this one is fun too. But does it feel like a game that has $60 worth of content? I don't think so. Excuse me. I don't. Zelda could be, and I've said this before. Zelda could be, but with all the BS that they put in with games nowadays, battle passes that don't need, even Diablo. Diablo 4 is going to be $70, and yet people have already played the beta. They have had queue times, which is just annoying because it's an always online game. And on top of it, all you do is mash one button and use a skill. Like that is just, it's weak.
Not to mention
But
other great examples of games that just were not worth the full price when they came out, ones that I specifically fell for, was both EA Battlefront games and especially No Man's Sky. Like those 3 games, especially Battlefront 2017 and double especially No Man's Sky, are why I really do not believe in pre-orders anymore. Because especially with No Man's Sky, we were promised so much in that game, and I was bored of that game in the first 20 minutes because it was just so dull and monotonous. And I'm told nowadays that No Man's Sky is really good, and they patched all that stuff in, and good for them for doing that. But I'm of the opinion that you guys should have had that stuff in the game from the get-go.
Mm-hmm.
And I still, even though I have it now on my PC, I still have yet to give that game another chance, because I still remember that.
Yeah, and you mentioned Battlefront and Battlefront 2. I pre-ordered the first one. I was a little miffed about it, not having a campaign, and then I fell for it when it came to Battlefront 2, saying, "Oh, this time we're gonna have a campaign." Yeah, there was a campaign. What little of it was there,
right? It was somewhat fun, and then it got repetitive.
I didn't like that they used the term Battlefront 1, Battlefront 2 when you had 2004 and 2005 Battlefront 1 and Battlefront 2.
Which is what Low Spec is mentioning here.
And that was a trickaroo, I think. I think it was to get people to come to that game, that version of Battlefront, by using them title names of the original Battlefront 1 and Battlefront 2. That's just my opinion. I remember buying both them games when it first came out. They were about $50. Them 2 games were worth it. And I'm talking about the first Battlefront 1 and Battlefront 2.
Yeah. They released it on PC, as I recall. I believe they also released it on PSP.
But as far as the gaming price, I remember in the 90s, there was a couple games that came out. Most of them were still in that $40, $50 range. There was a couple games that were in the $70 range.
I can remember when Star Fox first came out. That was, I believe, $60, maybe $70.
Which Star Fox? 64?
No, the original Star Fox.
Those games should all have been $60 on the Super
Not worth it, in
Nintendo.
my opinion.
I remember they were all $60.
But when you think of the big names like EA, most of their money comes from the sports games. Now, mind you, remember this. Every year, there's a new Madden. So the first, let's say this year, you get your Madden. It's $50. By the end of the year, the start of the next football season, guess what? They don't give you an option here. Play $5. We'll update it, to the current roster. They don't do that for any of their sports games.
Nope.
Okay?
Neither did 2K with WWE.
And you got to go and buy Madden. I don't know what it is today. What is it? Madden 50, Madden 51,
Madden
something like that.
Madden 20.
And I'm not just busting on Madden, but Madden is probably one of the most successful franchise in video games right now. Still is. But all them sporting games, none of them give you the option of all right. You bought the Madden this year. You pay $5, we'll update your Madden. Still make money, $5, even if they say $10. Still make money. No, they want you to go and buy another copy of a $50 game.
It's why I stopped buying MLB The Show, because it was the same game over and over again. Even with WWE 2K, it was the same game over and over again. Yeah. When that came out last year is a little bit different from previous versions,
especially 2K20.
Yeah, but when you look at the overall game, it has issue upon issue. How many times have we tried to have a match ball and we can't get
my
connected to
God.
their server.
I lost count.
One
And
of
here's the thing,
most-
that's not the only time that I've had those issues. With 2K19 on the Xbox One that I used to have, I had those issues all the time. Now, granted, that was before I had the current Wi-Fi that I had, so I'm sure that played a part in it too. But even when my Wi-Fi was working right, I would still have issues connecting to someone else for a match.
One of the most successful series right now, probably the most successful in video games, iRacing. And listen to this, you go into iRacing, you want to play NASCAR. You got to buy the tracks. You got to rent the tracks to host a race. Okay. You have to have the rigging. You have to have a rating. And in NASCAR, in their iRacing, there's like 3 different versions of the car. There's Generation 4, next gen car, throwback cars. You have to pay for the car. So it isn't like you see on whatever they call it, Steam. You buy into iRacing. No, it's just getting you in. You have to buy the tracks. You have to buy the cars. And even if you're doing like trucks, IndyCar, well, IndyCar is technically not there now because they didn't renew the franchise, but you can still race the cars. You have to pay for these cars every time. So, but the difference is you have the option once you buy in to buy them cars. You don't have to have them. You can buy them. Just you won't be able to host that race with them cars. The only other way you can do a racing game is you have to buy whatever they call it. They used to call it NASCAR, but now they call it Heat 4, Heat 5. But the difference is you don't have to keep buying for that season. But
hey,
you have to upgrade
real
every
quick,
year.
Phil,
Heat 6, Heat 7.
This sounds very similar to something that my youngest brother Jonathan had to deal with the mobile Mario Kart game that came out. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go get him and see whether or not that's actually what's going on. So I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll continue on with the article. All right, so Bowser continues by emphasizing before arguing it's actually a fairly common pricing model either here or in Europe or other parts of the world where the pricing may vary depending on the game itself. When asked if The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom had sale goals, Bowser only answered, "There are, but they're not publicly disclosed yet." So do they even have any faith in this game? I mean, you should never lose faith in especially a franchise like The Legend of Zelda. But if they're not willing to release their sales figure, projections, I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but do they not have any future projections? Is basically what I'm trying to get around to. They should. A company like Nintendo should, especially.
Well, they do, but I don't know if they're wanting to scare people off or something.
I don't know. The name, the brand is going to bring in probably a lot of money, but I still think if you're going to buy that game, you go with the collector's edition because you're going to get more for your money, and it just seems like that one. I know it's $130, it's expensive, but it's just like The Witcher 3. When The Witcher 3 came out, you had the base game, then you had I don't remember if there was a deluxe edition or not, but I remember I got the $150 one. I got a statue, I got all this cool stuff. So if you're going to spend more money on a collector's edition or a deluxe edition, you want to make sure that you're going to get enough for your money.
And here's Paul with Epic John.
So I brought John because, Phil, you were talking about that racing game, and it sounded a lot to me with how you talked about how you had to buy the tracks, had to buy the cars and all that. reminds me of what this guy told me about Mario Kart Tour. So I brought him on here to confirm that.
Yeah, but before I start, appreciate the cut.
Okay, no need. Did you get Mom to do that, or did you go to a barbershop?
I went to a barbershop, but
okay.
Without further ado, I'll start.
Okay.
So, I played Mario Kart Tour for a couple weeks 2 times. First time was when it just came out. And I remember it's a free game, but you have to link your Nintendo account to it, which is already a bit of a hassle. But once you get that done, you get a certain amount of this microtransaction-y currency called rubies, which you use to pretty much have loot boxes to get like characters and carts and all that. And these characters and carts that you would get have actual they make you better at the game without you being better at the game.
Oh, so it's pay to win.
Yes.
Okay.
Very pay to win. Because certain tracks will match up with certain characters and cars better.
Okay. Is that kind of like what you were talking about, Phil?
In a way, yes. I know about the loot box system. A lot of games more and more are going loot box.
Battlefront actually got
tanks, and they have a loot box.
Got busted on that. And they had to remove them.
They have a loot box system, and normally around Christmas time, you can buy these boxes, and you spend $100, you get 200 boxes, and normally that's for Christmas time only. Well, this year, St. Patrick's Day, they have the Irish loot boxes.
Of course.
But here's the thing. What you would normally got for $100 for 50 loot boxes, this time you need to spend nearly $200 or $300 to get the equivalent. And then on top of it, they had to put a limit because they didn't want anybody buying more than 500 a day. Mind you, think about the mathematics on that. 500 loot boxes, almost maybe like $900. You think they would let you buy unlimited? No. For their whales, and more power to them, they can afford it.
They can't afford
it. Ridiculous. I'm not worried about the price or the limit. I'm more upset with that game for them to have loot boxes outside of Christmas time. Christmas time, I can see.
Yeah.
Loot.
So,
so how I would fix.
Hold on, Michael's talking to us for a second. Do you want to say hey real quick? We're on Pop Talk. Michael's coming to say hey.
You ready to watch Caddyshack 2?
Oh my god.
Phil was saying something to you.
Phil, are you prematurely making plans on possibly me potentially doing one of two things? Either making the best decision of my life or my worst decision.
I can tell you right now,
Mike, I implore you, do not fulfill the bargain.
Do not
back out now.
Hand. Do not shake that hand. You don't know where it's been.
Well,
grab that parachute and jump out of that plane.
Well, I've got
your older brother watch.
Do not go down with that plane.
Don't go down that plane.
Michael's
dude.
already heard about my experience.
That
Phil.
parachute.
I think he needs. I think he needs to experience the Caddyshack 2 experience on his own. If he never does it, it's like going down a raft down a river. Unless you do it, you never know what it's going to be like.
Oh my god,
Mike! There's only one thing to say about Caddyshack 2.
To watch this movie.
It stinks.
It does.
Wait a minute. Paul, are you really asking another person to watch?
I said for him to leave the room before you latch your claws into Jonathan.
Surely you can't be serious. I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
We can make it a whole family affair.
Oh
Wouldn't
my!
that be
He will
marvelous?
too. Just
Don't
so
do
he
it.
can
Don't
have
do it. Don't do it.
Laugh. He will
But
laugh every time. So
I
people
will
can
say
watch
this.
in horror.
I gotta do a few things first. I gotta do Mandalorian because we gotta cover it still, as well as I gotta finish my run through the John Wick movies. Because
Oh, he'll wait for you. Don't worry.
Oh, yes,
He'll
I have
wait
no
for you.
problem waiting. I got nothing but time. Nothing but time.
and then,
wait.
of course, if I was to shake that hand, we gotta figure out a way to do it, even if it's
Don't
better
do it,
than Loki.
Michael.
Don't do it, Michael. Seriously,
And
man.
you know, I want to be diversified and inclusive. Jonathan, if he wants to come watch it, hey,
There's no way mom and dad are gonna let him watch that movie.
no. We bring mom and dad too.
Good luck. Mom will
Right,
watch.
Phil, you crossed the line.
You will be silent.
All right, well, I've got to go because
all right.
I'm sure there's stuff I got to do at home, but I suppose
Don't do it, Michael. It's not worth it.
Please
I will not
listen to us.
It doesn't matter if he gives you the greatest chocolate chip cookie in the world. Don't freaking eat it.
There's going to be some sort of repercussion with that chocolate chip cookie.
Well,
Yeah, you don't follow old men in the bathroom for a candy bar.
If
That's
I was to
right.
do it, we might have to do a little bit of dealing, let's just say.
No, that's exactly what he
Oh,
wants you to
that's
do.
what he
That's the
wants.
trap he wants you to fall into.
Wants you.
Read the fine
Do
print.
it.
That's where he
Well,
gets it. The
what
devil's
if we
in the
got him to
details.
watch the Disney Star Wars?
I've already made that deal with him. I've just been relaxed about holding up to it.
All right, well, seriously, I gotta
Michael,
go.
please.
Michael, think very hard about this. Take a lot of time.
This is not the deal you want to make.
This is not the man you want to shake your hand.
All right, well, I gotta
But
go
take that-
because
All
I
right.
gotta head on home, and also the dog needs me.
All right, be careful getting home.
Johnny coming back in?
Yep.
But what I was going to say
Get Phil to
is-
watch God's Not Dead.
Oh, that is a good point, Michael. We can get Phil to watch God's Not Dead.
You know,
don't
And Jonathan, I'm going to express the same thing I expressed to your brother.
based on like how it was made and all that stuff. It's not bad, but it's not good either.
Right. All
Or
right.
the Left
Well,
Behind series.
But
The
I
whole
can,
Left Behind series.
adding to that conversation earlier, I can tell you going down that rabbit hole, or even watching people be like, "Hey, dude, I'm gonna drop the $100 now. This game just came out. This mobile game, man. I'm gonna whale this, dude. See what I get." And it's just, and then a year later, the game is dead because, unfortunately, even stuff like Star Wars Assault, which was a fun, interactive Star Wars card game, Disney Interactive killed that game. So Disney basically killed that game after a year. And I put some good money into that, and it went kablooey. There was another game called Dark Descent for a mobile game. I had to get about half my money back or more because they were doing some shady stuff, closing down this game. And I called up Apple and I said, "What is going on?" And they said, "Well, we can give you about half your money back or something." So I said, "Well, it's something, I guess." Some people got more money, and I can say that going down that rabbit hole, even with Fire Emblem Heroes, even when you have the other games, just like Mario Kart Tour, it's just a cash grab after a while. And with Mario Kart Tour, you can play it and still have fun and spend. You don't have to spend any money. But it'll never be better than
online. Some of these
it'll never
companies,
be
they
better
put
than the other
games-
Mario games you buy.
They put games
Mario
out, and remember the big stink with New World? Do any of you remember that?
Yeah, I
year?
remember it. Yes.
When they were telling people, we recommend you to have for Nvidia cards, we want you to have a 360 or higher. We really they said they really recommend you a 3090. What they didn't tell people the amount of people with 390 cards that were actually getting burned out and crashed and losing their video cards over New World gaming. Playing that game was killing their cards. There was something encoded in the game that was causing them to overheat. And New World did not pay anybody back for any of it, even though they acknowledged it was their fault.
And New World is very cheap now and so on. But once again,
that was high. At one time, that was nearly $60.
Yeah, wasn't it? I guess it was. Is it free to play now? I can't remember. It's either 30 or free to play.
A 3090 last year, or about that time last year, was the high-endest card, and you were looking at maybe $800-900 for that card.
Oof.
And everybody wanted that card. It's a similar. Well, they did it a little bit better, but Hogwarts, they recommend you having the Intel Arc card, which is a cheaper card, but a better card. But what they don't tell people is, if you're running a lower end card, the recommended card, it's not really going to work.
Yeah, I think TI could probably still work.
Like I think a 1060 is their recommendation, and you can go on YouTube and see people trying to play on 1060, and it's not working.
All right, hold on. I play on a 1070.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
it's lower recommendation, and it told me that I need to play on
pretty well.
settings.
Nice, yeah, it looks pretty nice.
But
dude.
I played on high. I played on high settings.
Yeah,
it plays just fine.
Okay, so yeah, and then they lie to people about the optimization, and when these new games come out, they're like, these are the recommendations, and then people find out, well, that's bullshit. Because you don't need that high of a video card. So I'm sure there's some video cards, even for Hogwarts Legacy, that doesn't work. But they do lie to you about these specs. The cards that you buy, they want you to spend more money. So hey, here's a new game like Hogwarts Legacy. Spend $1,000 on a new video card. Like, it's insane, and you don't have to do that.
Has anybody even seen the size of a 490 video card?
Yeah, they're huge.
Sure they're huge. And that's why people were saying, if you look at the Intel Arc, even though it's a new card, there is like a 1/3 the size. There's people that try to fit a 490 card into their motherboard, and a week later, their card is sagging because it can't support the weight.
Wow. Yeah.
Pretty soon it'll be a whole new computer sitting next to your computer that's plugged into the side of it or something that does all the video processing.
I'm sure someone has a computer like that already.
Probably.
I've seen people on YouTube that have hooked up their video cards as external from the system.
I'm sure.
You know, and some of them are, you know, even though it is old technology. Remember back about 5-10 years ago, people were using the SLI by getting two video cards together, but the problem was the little thing connecting them was bottlenecking them. Well, a lot of people have figured out ways to solve that problem. So, but yeah, so like I said, some of these games manufacturers, yeah, especially New World. Back, like I said, a year ago, they were burning through people with the 3090 cards, and them cards were expensive, even with that COVID going on and everything. And know how high video cards were and how hard they were to get. Here, these poor people are playing the game, and bam, gone, whole card gone.
And it's funny you mentioned that people are making their video cards like a separate component from their computer. How long until that process goes even further and we cycle back to having computers take up entire rooms like we did in the late 70s, early 80s?
Yeah, because, you know, my dad went to the University of San Diego State, and that's how he described, you know, earlier computers, you know, the vacuum tubes and all that, filling up an entire room.
We won't go back to that.
Bad.
No,
I mean, that'll just be on a ridiculous level People won't be able to afford it. They ain't got the room for that. The amount of heat it generates, you can probably just turn off your gas. That's probably what everybody buys, a room full of servers and then just heats your house with it. But the chance that stuff does get smaller. Eventually, technology will get smaller. Video cards will be way more powerful, but tinier eventually. Or it will actually be a separate machine. Because the way the graphics are, if you want to do virtual reality, you want like lifelike hologram bullcrap, it's going to take a lot more processing power than what we have now. And
look at
I can see a separate device that hooks into your computer that renders all your video for that kind of stuff.
And it's funny how we describe all of this stuff that a computer does, and yet I can't help but think of an expression my friend Nate uses. Basically, we're making a rock think when we use a computer. That's basically if you boil it down to its simplest terms, that's basically what we're doing.
10, 15 years ago, when you had your computer, you would have got a different sound card. You would have went out and bought a sound blaster. Nowadays,
they do still make sound.
Yeah, they do. But nowadays, sound cards, no one bothers with.
They're right on the motherboard.
But here's another thing: if you want to compare the video card, look at your I can't even say it. The storage. What's they call the storage?
Solid state.
The hard drive. Your hard drive.
Solid state drives. Yeah.
You can get a solid state drive, an SSD, if you really wanted to, and hook it up to your computer, put all your games and everything on that solid state. You only need like maybe 2. They even make 4. And it's cheaper than the one you would put an SSD inside your computer motherboard.
That's what I do.
Well, you can
on my
put
laptop,
an M.dot or whatever for the SSD right on
you
your
can still
motherboard
even use an HD drive. They still have them. There's some out there like the Barracuda. That's way worth it. But
the HD drive is older, but they are reliable.
Like I said, I see if you're already getting external with your hard drives, and you're starting to see it with the video, we should be supporting it, because here's the thing: there's a lot of people. Let's say most of us that own a computer, some basics, some know more, some know less. But with these external components, all you have to do is plug it in your USB. You're done.
Yeah, there's a lot of plug and play now, even with those things that look like.
And if they go that way with the video card, I think video cards do get hot. I don't care how many fans you use. I don't care if they use the liquid cooling now you can get for the video card. I would say you're better off in the future, if the option's there, hooking your video card as external.
But you have to, yes, and you can run into problems with your own tower. You can run into this. Even towers, there's space that's covered up that you have to use these tough screws and stuff to get stuff out. I remember in 2012 I had to break in my case. There was extra stuff and I couldn't put my my motherboard in there good enough, and so you need to make sure you find the right motherboard. You got to make sure you get the right RAM, and if you're going to get a 490 or something like that, which is expensive, you have to make sure you get a motherboard that's going to support it. So and you need at least a full tower. Yeah, a bracket.
You need a bracket. Like I said, if anybody wants to see it, just watch the YouTube videos. Them things are about. I have a 3060, and for me, I think it's thick. My 3060 is about maybe half the size of a 490, and we're talking about 490 card. You're looking at maybe 5-6 inches in depth. That's a lot. And some of these, the way how people do the motherboard now, unless they're in a bracket, you don't want that weight just hanging. But like I said, there's been people that put it in their motherboard, and some of them are not perfectly flat, or they have the motherboard on the side, and the card sags, and as it sags, it actually breaks.
Hey, am I needing this conversation?
You said you had something to. You said you had something further to say.
Nah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Take care, Jonathan.
See you, John.
Bye. Do me a favor, close the door on your way out. Thank you.
He's like, I'm done. I'm done talking about this techno bumbo jumbo stuff.
Well, it's like you're talking about the 3090 and some of the higher graphics cards, some of the larger ones. I know I couldn't get that in my tower if I tried.
Yeah. Not to mention Jonathan, he's still just a console plebe.
That's nothing wrong with console.
I know. I'm kidding.
You better not say that too loud. He's gonna beat your butt in a Smash Bros.
So what you're
Don't remind me, Cash.
What you're saying, Paul, is he needs to. 1-800-555.
Oh,
new.
by the way, Cash, did you see that I started playing Persona 5 on stream, and I'm playing that on easy mode too?
I thought you said you were gonna play that on normal. No, I haven't.
He's Satan.
First off, I was playing it on normal, but then I started getting my butt kicked. So
oh my gosh!
I put it back.
You know,
to,
some of our other friends have this thing, and I say other friends. You know who you are out there.
CPU versus CPU. Anyone?
And real quick, low spec, to answer your question, I'm running 16 gigs of RAM in my computer, but I'm going to get 16 more gigs and see if that.
Oh, it'll make a difference, dude. It'll make a huge difference. But from what I think Phil was telling me before, you have the right CPU now, because I know
I have the right CPU, okay. But even though 16 gigs is the recommended, I'm still losing frame rates, so I'm going to try putting new RAM.
What
some
video
fresh
card
RAM
do you have on there?
Hogwarts is a resource hog.
Is it? Yeah, I guess it probably is.
Yeah, it is.
Yes, it is. I checked my resources when I was playing it. Maxed out RAM, 100%.
Dang, I was
like, oh my gosh!
It's like some of
and
those.
How much RAM are
emulators.
you using, Anonymous?
At the time, I was using 16, but I just put another 16 in, so I think I'm doing pretty good now.
I do want to say hello to Real Weight Gaming Clips.
I went ahead, even though I could play the game on ultra. I'm being honest, I lowered it down to medium because I don't play for even though it might not seem like a long time, I might play that game maybe 2 or 3 hours, and I don't have any problem with heating or anything like that. But even on medium settings for me and my card and everything I'm running, I can there is a slight difference, but I don't get as much. How can I put it? Stress on my system. Doesn't stress my system. And see, the one good thing about having liquid cool, when they're stressed because you hear the radiator kick on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, when if the card starts getting pretty loud, it's bad.
So I recommend you can play it on Ultra if you want to. It's, your prerogative. Me, medium, maybe high or something, but I went all medium.
Should be good.
And I do want to say hello to Jason Fox from 540 Studio. Welcome.
Hey, Jace.
See, that's the thing, though, Phil. I've tried lowering it to medium, even low settings, and still didn't change anything. And
I think something is bottlenecking in your system.
Mm-hmm.
I still think.
I think you're right, and I think
Mm-hmm.
specifically it's the RAM.
Yeah.
And to answer your question, low spec 720p still didn't fix it.
Well, let's see. With you getting more RAM, it should. Unfortunately, excuse me, some of these games, like Mirror's Edge Catalyst, was poorly optimized. It should have been fine with 8 gigs, but no, you need about 16 gigs for that game. It's ridiculous. It's just poorly optimized, and then they go, you need this is the recommended settings. Now it's like, you need the ultra settings. It's like, shut up. It's ridiculous. They just want you to spend more money, and then you're spending all this money and then you didn't have to, but that's all they're making you do. I feel a lot of the different developers saying, oh, you should do this. Ridiculous. And when there's some crappy requirements also for Gotham Knights, Mike, there might have been.
Yeah, there was
bullshit.
There was, but I'm thinking back to 20 years ago. I bought the game Star Trek Elite Force 2, and I had to update my video card because the game had requirements for video that the video card that was originally on my tower at the time just wasn't up to snuff.
Yep.
I mean, some of these games, like Hogwarts, they'll tell you, oh, this game is optimized for the Intel Arc, which is a good thing. Look, we need that third brand in the graphics card market, especially after NVIDIA did what's the one graphics
EVGA?
card? Yeah, they're out. The only thing EVGA is doing is motherboards and power supplies. So, but that's not going to hurt NVIDIA because they still have other companies making their card.
Yes,
and
I like that brand though.
And Radeon, I will tell you this: my last computer before I bought this desktop was back in 2011, and I had an onboard graphics card that was 1 gig. It was a Radeon 7074 on board, and that video card, even though the hard drive died on that system and I ended up getting a new one, that video card was still working for me. On board video card, on board, not even its own separate card. And that lasted me, what is it, 2022? That lasted me 11 years. 11 years. Do you know how many people I know that had a graphics card separate, burn out their cards in like 5 years? They went through 3 cards compared to my one onboard card.
I've never burned out a video card.
No, I have never had, but I know
that depends on what you're doing. Are they overclocking it? That's a
no.
good
Some of these people are not overclocking, but then again, you're talking about them playing. What's that one shooter game everybody loves? And I'm not talking that fake one, Fortnite. The other one, Call of Duty. They're like playing 8 hours of Call of Duty nonstop.
Yeah, that's my game of choice. That's what I always played, and like I said, I've never had any issues.
I can tell you, they burned the old. I knew somebody that burned 2 of the back in the day, the 740Xs and Vitas. Burned 2 of them till they got I think it was a 1060 card, and that's the current one they have up until a couple years ago when they upgraded their whole system. But I think right now, graphics cards, like I said, with 3 companies now going at it, it's a good thing. It's a good thing. That hopefully it's going to bring the price down. Because remember, 10, 15 years ago, video cards prices were down.
Mm-hmm.
They were down. And now you look at last year, which, it's abnormal, but how high were the video cards? There were people building systems and couldn't get a video card.
And to answer your questions for me, low spec, I don't remember for sure if XMP was enabled in the BIOS. I want to say it was because my friend Nate helped me work through that, and he would have made sure about that. And I think I have 2 sticks of 8 gigs of RAM. So I'm going to get 2 more sticks of that, and that should bump me up to what I need.
You'll definitely notice a difference in your computer for sure.
Well, when I bought my computer, it's going to be 3 years in October. A friend of mine thought I was crazy for going with 64, gigabytes of RAM. But I said, I'm not just going to be gaming on it. I'm going to be doing a lot of video editing and stuff that's going to require a lot of RAM. And I want to be able to have that resource there for me. Mm-hmm. So if I have multiple apps open too, it's not slowing down.
Right.
A good custom build company will ask you, what are you using your computer for? And even if it's a friend of yours that's building it, they would ask you the same. I will tell you my experience with the company that I went with my computer. Mm-hmm. They asked me step by step, are you going to be gaming? Yes. Okay. You can go with the AMD, but for games, you probably want to go with the Intel. Okay. So that was one of the first things. Then they're saying, okay, what are you looking at your system? Are you looking for something to last 2 or 3 years and then you have to upgrade? Or are you looking for something maybe 5 years, you ain't touching your computer, not doing nothing, you're good for the next 5 years? Okay, go with an i9. Okay. You know, they walk me step by step. You know what I want and what I wanted to do. And similar to what you just said, what else are you going to do? Are you going to edit videos? Not really. Well, good thing you stay with the Intel, but for them, they would recommend if you're going to do video editing and streaming, you can lean more to a AMD.
Right.
So, good companies or a person that knows what they're doing, they're going to say, okay, you'll need this, but you don't need that. You can do this, but you might be better off. I mean, think about it. If you're spending $800 on a video card, you don't want to go 2 or 3 years from now and say, maybe I should go with a higher end card as opposed to buying a whole new card. That's why they recommend a lot of people getting this ARC card, but there is a price for getting that ARC card. None of the older games were developed with that in mind. So you have to, if you get that card, the newer games are fine. Your older games from maybe 10 years ago, you might have a problem until they add more software to fix that problem. But that card's only been out since October. But price-wise, $400 for an ARC, that's an equivalent to a 3090. It's a no-brainer. You know, it's a no-brainer.
Right.
But the thing is, these companies don't tell, even when you go to Steam to look at what your recommendation, maximum, minimum, sometimes they're not that accurate. They're not that accurate. I mean, a couple months ago when I got the Hogwarts, I even asked Mike, I said, Mike, what are you running? And you told me you had a 2060?
Yeah.
So,
2060 graphics card.
Yeah. And my girlfriend her card is a 1060 and it cannot handle it. Can't handle it. Now, according to their recommended minimum, a 1060 can handle it. But then if you look on YouTube with everybody with a 1060, their faces are distorted.
Right.
So, I mean, when Paul was going through the same thing, I was, telling him what suggestions of what he can do. But unfortunately, we can't figure out what that bottlenecking was happening because current status, Paul should be able to run Hogwarts with no problems.
Yeah, and even with my NVIDIA, using the NVIDIA app to optimize the game, to try to make it run as efficiently as possible.
I still say it's a RAM issue is what I'm dealing with right now. So that's what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to the next level of RAM and see if that fixes it. And then if not, I'm going to chuck this PC out the window.
What processor do you have?
Are you saying that PC shouldn't be hauling garbage? It should be hauled away as garbage.
Yep. But Anonymous, I just upgraded to... Okay, so I do run AMD. Give me a quick second to look in my Amazon history, because I'm having a...
57, you told me. 5700?
The Ryzen?
Yeah, an AMD Ryzen 5600X is what I have.
Oh my gosh, you should be fine. I got a 3000X, and it runs perfectly fine on my computer.
Yeah, so... What's going on with that? I have no clue.
Hopefully the RAM will only be the problem, and if it is, hopefully, and if it's not,
the thing is, even when I had 16 gigs of RAM, it didn't. It would like glitch every once in a while, like a freeze for a half a second every once in a while. It never really did anything weird and stopped me from playing or anything like that. So I don't know. I think you might have something else going on. Maybe have you upgraded all your drivers, your chipset drivers?
I made sure to double check all of that. So
you might have a faulty chip or device on some, something that's, you even have a faulty stick of RAM, or your video card may be a little goofy. Hard to say.
Hopefully it's nothing too serious, and hopefully the RAM is probably one of the cheapest things you can do, and it's easy to install. So
right.
I follow the Bugs Bunny philosophy. Gremlins. Paul got a gremlin in his computer. At
And its name is Phil McCracken.
Yeah. I could see Phil possessing computers if he had the power. Absolutely.
Oh, I could too.
Yeah.
But guys, I'm gonna go ahead and see myself out. That way, I can relax a little bit.
And hold on, real quick, Paul. Low Spec is saying that the thing should be kicking butt. Sounds like it's an operating system.
I don't see how it could, because again,
unless you're having blue screens and other, I would check your logs, maybe your Windows application logs or system logs. Make sure there isn't some. I mean, you'll get some errors in there, but make sure there ain't any like hard drive errors or. Well, it's hard to explain, but there's certain errors that you can kind of tell if your OS or system is having issues.
Yeah,
it's like I have an external drive that every once in a while will act up on me, and if I don't optimize it and defragment it, then I'm in trouble. So I try to remind myself every week to optimize and defragment that hard drive so I can still access those files.
Right. Well, guys, again, I'm going to go ahead and see myself out. So thank you as always.
Before you go, Baron's back.
Oh, hey, Baron.
Hey, how are you guys? Hey, Paul.
Baron, you noticed that Paul put his pillow back on his bed, and it's up to military.
I didn't do that. Jonathan did. I was content to leave my pillow thrown against the wall.
Such a good lad.
Oh, and by the way, Baron, you missed another attempt by Phil to try and rope Michael into his web of Caddyshack 2.
I heard something about that.
Yeah. Michael is strongly considering watching Caddyshack 2, and because I refuse to let Michael face any sort of hardship alone, I'm gonna have to watch it with him.
And Low Spec has one last question for you, Paul. Are you running it on an HH hard disk drive or
hard drive? Hard drive.
That's your problem then. Hogwarts recommends a solid state drive.
Yeah.
I'm running Hogwarts on a solid state drive.
Yeah, me too.
Okay. Then
yeah, you will get a significant performance boost with a solid state drive. You will definitely know these magnetic drives. Them motors wear out over time and they slow down.
I've had a motor like that wear out on me.
I have two on my desktop. It's a solid and one's a hard. I actually playing it on my hard drive. But it's a bear. Mine's a bear.
Baron, turn your monitor off. Your speakers.
Hey, can you turn it down a little bit? Can you turn it down a little bit? That's not my monitor. I'm on the road. How's that? There we go.
A little better.
So basically, what I'm currently running specifically is I have a solid state boot drive, but hard drives for storage, which according to Nate says that should be fine. But ever since I've got it, I've wanted to convert my hard drive storage to solid state. So maybe aside from getting new RAM, that's what I've got to do.
Or what you could do, Paul,
external hard drive,
external SSD.
No, I don't. I don't trust that.
No, the external is not as fast as an internal SATA drive.
I understand
not to
that.
mention
I understand that.
But I am doing the same thing. My main drive's an SSD, and all my games are loaded onto a 2 terabyte regular hard drive, and I still don't have those issues. So I don't know. I don't know if that's your problem, or your hard drive may be, like I said, it may be some sort of mechanical glitch or failure that it's doing. You may have bad sectors on that hard drive. It may be wore out. I don't know how old that hard drive is, but that does happen, and it takes a lot for seek times and data transfers. It may slow you down. So you may even look to upgrade to a brand new, faster hard drive or something, 7,200 RPM. SATA 3. I don't know what version SATA you hard drive you have, but all that stuff can make a difference.
I got a question here. What's all the talk about hard drives and RAM and internals and externals? This sounds mighty dirty. Did I come in the wrong time?
Yes, we're talking about video games and requirements needed for video games.
And the only reason why I was saying an external SSD is because that's what I do for some of my gaming. That's what Mega Man X is on. That's what Hogwarts is on right now, is an external SSD, and I'm not having any issues.
I went external because my laptop, my gaming laptop, only has 1 terabyte of a SSD. I don't want it to interfere with the operating system, so I did I had talked to Mike.
Phil, you have
with,
to basically
external,
See,
and my
here's-
external drive is a Barracuda. So
here's my issue with that: the physical connection between, the a the separate solid state in the computer. I'm too worried about that failing. I would much rather have it built into the computer.
I bought an SSD from Amazon when they were having their Prime sale, and I haven't had any issues yet.
I got mine through Best Buy, but there's a certain plug-in on the laptop that is for the newer version of the external
the 3.0 USB.
UPS 3.1 or 3.0.
I have one where there's a regular 3.0 USB hookup that I have like a surge type thing where like there's 5 connectors, but I don't have the external hard drive connect to that because I don't want it to slow down. I have it hooked up to that one special plugin, and most of your motherboards should have the same plugins. So
right.
No, they don't. USB 3.1 is not readily available on everything, so you'd have to get an external or an internal card to plug into your motherboard in order to do something like that.
And Mosfec is also correct on this. It's the same connectors as you would use for a hard disk drive that you use for a solid state drive. Same connectors.
Right.
Yeah, they're all SATA drive. But
let me show you guys something real quick before I go.
Okay.
Just to make sure we're on the same page.
Is that the same Star Wars?
And yes, tech talk could also be part of pop culture.
Well, like I said, it has everything to do with our video games.
So, when you guys are saying an external hard drive or solid state, are you guys talking about something like this?
Similar.
Yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. And like I said,
except for bigger.
This is what I'm worried about failing. Like even this one I have a hard time using because someone, it might have been me, it might have been someone else, I don't remember who, someone stepped on this, which makes it hard to insert and take out of the computer.
Well, you can get a new one of those.
Right, but
a new cable.
I'd still rather have something that's physically part of the computer and cannot be removed, at least not this easy, than risk it with this.
Yeah, that's fine. Anything can happen to a hard drive sitting outside of your computer. And also, internal SATA connections are faster than a USB 3.0.
Right.
Just remember that.
Right. Well,
so that's the way you want to go. I would do it.
It's never a good thing, Paul. It ain't going to work if you're going to step on it. You know, they tell you with an external hard drive, you have 10 feet, you can drop it. But that doesn't mean you go and drop it and test it out.
Oh,
You don't want to
I get the point, Phil.
Drop kick you more like it.
But again, I am going to go ahead and split now because I got about an hour until my stream, okay?
Alrighty, Paul. Thank you for coming on, brother.
See you later.
For sure.
Later, man.
My stream, is that anything like MySpace? What's going on here? I mean, I'm out of for a little while, and they're really going crazy. Computers and inputs, outputs, internals, ramming. I mean, hard driving. I mean, it's frightening. What? I'm not home. I'm actually I'm not actually at the old man's house sitting here with dogs. But,
see, when you left, we how do I say this? We went to an alternate universe.
I noticed that.
I blame Cash Money.
You replaced me with Paul.
I blame you, Phil. You're the devil.
Phil, he's the bull. He's driving us insane. Yeah.
All right, so we do have one more article here.
He's still got one left. That's not surprising.
Yeah, well, we were going into tech talk. So
tech talk, yeah, TikTok.
TikTok. Try saying that 3 times fast.
TikTok.
No, not TikTok. I will never be on TikTok, and I know they say never, but I will never be on TikTok.
He'll never be on TikTok ever.
Oh, come on. You don't want to make our masters in China unhappy. Why not? Give all the info.
Give them your soul.
Yeah.
Phil's already tried to get it, and he's not having any success either.
Don't
so
kill your soul. Ever.
Never
give up. Can you please point on the stove where Phil McCracken hurt you with Caddyshack 2?
Well,
any mention of it.
You know. Not only did I'm now getting Mike and Paul to go along. There's a possibility it might be a family affair. I'm going to get the whole family. You know.
Oh my!
It's possible
to say that.
There is no way he's going to get his dad and his mom to watch Caddyshack.
No.
I'm not just stopping there. I'm going to get.
You're delusional, Phil. You're delusional. Hold on. I got the perfect clip for that because Phil, you're delusional. You're insane, and well.
Data.
Hey, a couple days ago, if I would have said I was going to get Paul to watch Caddyshack 2, you all would think that's never going to happen. But
we didn't say anything about that, but nobody should watch fucking Caddyshack 2. It's a horrible movie. Fuck that film, dude. It's garbage. Gosh. Why would you torture people with this? And then Michael's like, well, I'm going to make a deal where he's going to watch the Disney Star Wars. So it's like, that's what he wants.
He wants you to make a deal, Michael. Once again, Michael, if you see this later on, do not make a deal with this man right here. You will regret it.
Man, do you see that picture? Does that look like a person you can trust?
Does he even sound like a person you can trust? No. I'll go ahead and answer that. I just did, but no.
Would you like fries with that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You want cheese with that wine.
He says, would you like fries with that? And as he finishes the question, he has that evil grin on his face.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I'm no sympathy to Paul here. No sympathy to Paul. But Michael, if you're out there, if you're listening to this, Michael, I plead with you, Michael, your brother said it stinks. Listen to us. We say it stinks. Why are you listening to Phil? And Paul, you don't have any more things to complain. You walked in the eyes wide open the second time. Don't want to hear about it. Michael, don't be like your brother.
No.
He went Navy, and you're going Army, right? You didn't go Navy, so come on, go the Army path.
Do it the way someone in the Army would do it.
Yeah.
Get in there and take care of business.
Yeah.
You might still be able to save your files, man. Oh boy.
Yeah.
You might be still able to save your files. You might want to also get like a USB drive for your backup.
Where the hell do we go back to Tech Talk?
What?
Well, old man was just saying that his HD drive took a dump.
Just get one of these easy store things, Western Digital, like 2 terabyte or something. I don't think it's all gone. Yeah, exactly.
Just my advice to you is just, old man, don't do a Paul. Step on something, drop it, break it, and then wonder why it's not working. Electronics
Did he really drop it? Oh,
drop it,
that's
break it, step on it. Oh, look at the
Watch
cord.
Caddy 2X2 on it.
Yeah. Well,
did he have his dog
no
chew
wonder
on it?
is it not working? You stepped on it.
Did he really step on it though?
Did you
Yeah,
not?
he stepped on it.
He said somebody stepped on it.
Oh,
Somebody
Yeah, he doesn't know who.
Dude, why would you? Why was that just on the? That would have been just on the floor. That's a horrible place for like a what was it? The processor?
His extra
His hard disk drive.
Yeah.
The USB cable.
USB cable got damaged.
Oh,
I mean, it's
the
easy
USB.
to replace.
Yeah,
But
that's
if you
easy
wonder
to
why
replace.
it's not working, you stepped on it.
Yeah, you gotta buy a new one. That won't be too hard to replace.
Yeah.
So,
well, we stopped Cash from doing his Twitter rant here. So okay.
Twitter rant.
These people. Oh.
These people on Twitter.
Stepping on their hard drives.
I was not going into a Twitter rant, Baron. Shame on you. You go sit in the corner. You have your dog eat your hand.
Anonymous does Twitter.
I do.
Does he? Oh.
So moving on with this next article.
What do we have to?
From Geek Tyrant by Joey Parr. It was posted 2 days ago. It says Jason David Frank's final project, Legend of the White Dragon, gets a poster and a fall theatrical release. It says Jason David Frank's final film project, Legend of the White Dragon, will be getting a theatrical release this fall. The news comes from Bat in the Sun Productions, Basco Productions Limited, and Falling Forward Films, and they also released a poster that is sure to get fans excited. While there isn't an exact release date yet, the press release states that the film will be in theaters in conjunction with what would have been, Jason David Frank's 50th birthday, which would fall in September. The press release shares when Jason David Frank tragically took his own life last year. It became the filmmaker's mission to honor his legacy by completing the film the way Frank envisioned. Frank was a beloved actor who still has a great emotional impact on fans around the world. He was a world-renowned and acclaimed martial artist who brought the same passion to his performance is on screen. In this film, Jason David Frank plays Eric Reed, a complex character that really allowed him to showcase his incredible range as an actor. And Baron is back.
Yeah, I keep hitting wrong buttons on the phone.
The filmmaker and co-star Aaron Schnucki said in a statement, "We are proud to have worked with such a talented actor, and we are grateful for the opportunity to share his final performance with the world, having been on this journey with Jason for 10 years. I know he would be beyond excited to know that the legend," I keep wanting to say the Legend of the White Dragon when it's Legend of White Dragon, will be opening in theaters. Producer Sean Snooki added, "Despite the tremendous loss, the production team has worked tirelessly to complete the film and ensure that it meets the highest standards that Jason set for himself." Goes on to say the result is a powerful and moving tribute to his talent and dedication. Scott Kennedy, founder and CEO of Falling Forward Films, said, "We are honored to be helping to bring the last film of such a talented artist to the worldwide audience. We hope that fans of Jason David Frank will love to see the collaboration of so many celebrated actors together in Legend of the White Dragon." Goes on to say, in the film, Frank plays Eric Reed, a disgraced hero who goes into exile following a horrific event known as the Aftermath, which left a city destroyed. Blamed for the catastrophe, the city's protectors were stripped of their titles and hunted. After being a fugitive on the run for 3 years, the White Dragon has returned to the city he fought to protect. He must now clear his name and save the family he keeps in secret before the mysterious Dragon Prime unleashes his own revenge on the White Dragon.
A lot of dragons going on.
When previously talking about the project, Frank said, the audience, I think, is going to really relate to Eric Reed because he's completely different, opposite than Tommy. And I think if they can imagine it has no relation at all, but I'm saying as far as my audience, it's deeper, older. I wouldn't say version of Tommy Oliver at all. It's a completely different character. And then it goes on to say, but what they're going to see is Jason David Frank in a more mature role, meaning that I can finally express myself on television. That's not for kids, nothing that's PG-13. He added, for example, I don't think our older characters could ever relate or express themselves as a regular teenager would nowadays. A lot of teens or kids deal with depression, especially during this quarantine stuff. No one really thinks about the depression aspect of it. So I feel that they can relate to more realistic life, meaning that we will all have problems that we deal with. You're going to see that in Eric Reed. We all have regrets that we got to deal with. Believe it or not, everyone's life is a little complex that maybe only you can understand. Legend of the White Dragon also stars Mark DeSassos, John Wick, Chapter 3, King Bach, Walking Dead, Greenland, Michael Madsen, Kill Bill 1 and 2, Sin City, David Ramsey, Arrow, The Flash, Aaron Schnoke, Jason Font, Rachel Brooks Smith, Ciara Hanna, Kevin Porter, Mei Ling, and Serena Vincent, and Jenna Ray Frank.
Sounds like you read the entire credits to the movie. Who was the grip and best boy?
Well, I'm just trying to give everybody the full article.
Well, I mean, I know, of course, Common Sense is a big Power Rangers fan, and I don't know about you guys if you're excited about this or not. I watched the 90s, of course, cartoon, but other than that, and there was another one I watched that I've never been a huge Power Rangers fan. But...
Yeah.
Well, I watched it because I had kids that were watching it. My own and my nephews were watching it. So
Yeah.
I got, understand a few things from it. I did like the Green Ranger. Got confused there when they turned him white, but I would have kept the green. But
wasn't that in the 90s cartoon?
No, that was in the live show.
Okay.
Live show.
All right.
But I would say Frank's, out of all of the original Power Ranger actors,
yeah,
even back then, you knew he had more potential than any of them. I liked his acting. And I know they brought him back and a couple times in different forms of Power Rangers. Did a good job. But, like I said, I don't know if this is more relating to the Green Ranger. Is it more relating to the White Ranger?
It's its own story, Phil. It's its own story.
Well, I guess it's what you would call reimagined then, right?
He's playing a character that if he could have, it would be his character, Tommy, older, and being able to say things that his character normally wouldn't say.
I got hit in the balls.
These movies are always going to be.
That was themed for children. So
this will be what, PG-13? I'm guessing, right? Haven't these all
PG-13? Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest, I'll check it out.
Okay.
I admit it. I watched Power Rangers back in the day. It was a guilty pleasure.
Yeah, I watched it when I was younger. I'd come home from school and watched it. I remember Jamie
I
Jo
would
Johnson,
also
right?
watch it, but I wouldn't
Pink
go to
Ranger.
the theaters to watch it. Wouldn't be my type of movie to go pay that type of money to go to a theater. But
Well,
you know, on a what do they call it? Stream service. Yeah, I'll watch it.
Yeah, so it's
He's a good
smart. It's
actor.
going to go to theaters. That's smart.
Mm-hmm.
People who want theaters to go away are ridiculous. We need more options, but I get it. There is some problems with the theaters. The prices go up. You're like paying, but they suck you in. You're like, oh, I'm not hungry. Oh, $9 hot dog, right? Or whatever. It's ridiculous.
Don't ever go to the movies with me because anytime I go to the movies, I gotta get my nachos.
It goes in cycles.
That's about 7.
I can
or
remember
something
in the
more.
70s, at the end of the 70s, them saying movies in the theaters was done. It was all going direct to television, you know. And then Star Wars happened, and there you go. The movie theaters were back in business again.
Well, people have made predictions.
The drive-ins, but it did save movie theaters.
They've made predictions that didn't come through. We were supposed to have flying cars in the year
Yeah.
2000. We still don't have our flying cars. Come on, people.
I mean, look at it this way. I remember.
Well, one prediction did happen. It just happened a year later. The Cubs did win the World Series.
Oh, from
mistakes do happen.
From the Back to the Future.
Look at it this way. We had dollar movies theaters.
Yes, we
We
did.
don't have them anymore because you know, the video stores killed it. Then the video stores got killed real quick. They didn't last long. Blockbuster didn't last long.
It lasted a good.
It lasted
number of
longer
years,
than you
though.
think, Bill.
Yeah, man. It
What,
lasted at
15
least over
years?
10 years
10,
or so.
15
Yeah.
years? Yeah.
Over 10 years.
It wasn't a bad.
It
run.
lasted close to 20 years, Paul.
Yep.
Not Paul, but
And
Bill.
it wasn't like those Blockbuster stores were like they were. That was a nice layout. It wasn't.
I didn't like it. I didn't like the way they laid out their stores. But I will
I
be
didn't think it
honest,
was
most
bad.
of the video stores, even the independent ones, were laid out the same way as Blockbuster. You know?
So Phil, tell me something. You were that guy who came in there and you're like, sign this contract with your blood, right? No,
Wouldn't answer for anybody's blood. Blood's cancer, man. That's the reason why it's inside you, and you're not really, technically you want to see it. So.
No, this is Phil when he walked into video stores, even Blockbuster, and looked at their layout.
Very interesting, but stupid.
I mean, I think the one place that had their organizations, or their set up right, and even with videos, was a lot of your record companies like Sam Goody. They had the new ones up front, and then the setup was a lot
Sam
easier.
Goody.
Where,
Do you guys also remember Suncoast? Man, those bring me back.
Oh, Suncoast is great.
Yeah.
But
I love
I
Suncoast.
think even if this would have happened,
Tower Records. Anybody remember Tower Records?
Yes, I remember Tower Records.
Yeah, the one that used to be here got robbed before, and then Tower Records was also blaming, like, I think it was some kind of piracy or something for them going out of business. I was like, really, guys? Something like that. Yeah.
I think the home release, like when you're right now, you go on if you have cable, you go on you know what they call the rent a movie for a day.
Yeah.
Direct.
Yeah.
I think if that would
pay per view.
I think if that happened 40 years ago, that would have been even more popular than going to rent a video at the video store.
Yeah, but we didn't have the capability.
Well, no, they had pay per view.
When we did, it was pay per view.
Yeah.
And you had to
come up on your cable bill.
Right.
Yeah.
And I mean, I like the idea because I can watch it repeated. If I want to watch it 5 times in a row, I can watch it. If I want to have popcorn, hey, if I want to eat my dinner and watch that movie, I'll be willing. Even today, I'll be willing to wait 3 months for it to go on to the pay channel. I mean, that don't bother me.
When a movie would come on pay per view, and if there was a movie I wanted to watch, I had to ask my parents' permission. And I'm not saying that as a joke because of ask your parents permission or anything. I literally had to ask permission.
Yeah, Mike didn't pay the bills back then.
But there,
Exactly.
I will say there are some movies that to me, you gotta see in the theater. Like all the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, I saw all in the movie theater.
I don't want to see on Stranger Tides. That was
I
the
liked
fourth
it.
one.
It was good.
Phil thinks you have to see Caddyshack 2 in the theater.
Yeah, dude, that whole thing about Blackbeard had a daughter and stuff was so stupid.
But
and then
I mean,
the
Star Wars,
mermaids, those things can go burn somewhere. Okay, anyways.
Star Wars is meant for the theaters. Lord of the Rings, and even the Hobbit trilogy, that was meant
Star
for the
Wars.
theaters.
Yeah, Star Wars.
There's some movies that just you have to see in the theaters.
Terminator is a really good film to see in the theaters.
The bigger the screen, the better.
Yeah.
And there's another movie that I wish I had gone to see in the theaters.
All right, youngster, out you go.
Don't come back. Ever.
I saw that in the theater, and then 2 weeks later they had the Wyatt Earp one. So they actually, for a short period of time, were in the theaters at the same time. But we all know who went to see which one was more popular. So
You tell him I'm coming, and hell's coming with me. You hear? Hell's coming with me.
And I will say this: the one movie that every man was forced to go to, and the only reason they agreed to go there because they wanted to see the ship Titanic. You have to
Never saw it.
sink on the big screen.
I saw that with some family.
I saw it with my mom and dad.
Yeah.
First date with my wife.
That was that first hour was just like what.
But
the
it
hell?
needed an intermission.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
you don't eat a
unfortunately,
bucket of popcorn and then sit there for that movie and then think you're not going to have gas at the end of the movie.
Hey, whatever your problems were after having popcorn, that's on you.
I
get
ate
an
a
update
whole
every time
bucket
your
of
body does
popcorn
something.
and not thinking. And let's just say, walking out of that theater, I felt
Hey, that was your problem. I don't recall having that problem even after watching Titanic.
But did you eat a whole bucket of popcorn?
Does popcorn give you gas?
No, it doesn't to me every time. Look, my popcorn has to be drowned in butter.
Butter gives you gas? It's not real butter.
Butter.
No, it's not.
It's butter flavored oil.
So in other words, you want popcorn soup.
Pretty much. And of course the soda, but I don't get the soda from the theater. We talked about this before. I would like Mike, you know this, and you're similar. You go to the dollar store, you get all the candy, same candy, but for $1. And you go with a woman. I went with my girlfriends or I went with my ex in the theater. Bring your purse and load it up the purse with the candy and load it up with the soda. Go into the theater and just break it all out. The only thing you can't bring into the theater is popcorn.
My mom would go to Dollar Tree and on days that we were going to the movies and say, "What do you want?" And she usually didn't have to ask me. She knew what I wanted. Junior mints, if not junior mints, Whoppers.
Junior mints.
I was milk duds. But yeah, they charged back then. It was like $6-7, and the same thing of junior mints or milk duds is $1.
I have to say they certainly have a racket going because like you get hungry, you're like, oh, I'm not going to eat, and then you buy yourself 2 hot dogs. You're like, you sons.
I will admit the dollar movie theaters didn't mind you bringing food in.
Yeah.
When I mean food, you can bring your own candy. Yeah, but they drew the line on.
Forget the dollar theaters. I can remember growing up in San Diego, and people wouldn't care. They would bring in McDonald's, Burger King, In-N-Out.
People bring in a thermos,
Jack in a Box,
some kind of thing, and then they load it up with soda or something else. Or you get a can. You get a can in your pocket.
A movie once them dudes, and this was like you even had signs of like no food or drink or whatever. Don't bring your own, I guess.
Oh yeah, of course.
They managed to sneak in a pizza.
Yeah, pretty good, man. It's pretty good.
I will tell you this. Another thing people used to do back in the day that they make sure you don't do it now. You go into the movie theater, sit down, and say you're 5 or 10 minutes late to the miss the start. You could technically sit in that seats and wait for the next playing of the movie, and they won't say anything. Nowadays, they purposely, not just to clean up, but they purposely make people get out of the theater. You can't watch a second showing for any reason at any of these movie theaters now.
Well, another thing, now you don't have to be at the movie right when it starts, especially when there's 10, 15 minutes worth of previews going on.
Yeah,
And
you
commercials.
don't have to, no.
Yeah.
But commercials, well, they want you to obviously have an experience. Well, you are paying a lot. The biggest problem I always found with the movie theaters when you have some obnoxious idiots. I remember one movie, talking, or they had their phone on. It's like, they tell you to turn your phone off, but it's a glare, and it's annoying. I remember when I went to ArcLight, there was these kids like jumping up and down with their mom, and after the movie, I was like, look, this is what happened. And he said, here's some free tickets. I said, okay. Like, I wasn't even, and you don't need to be rude to people who are working there because they put up with idiots probably all day. But, when you pay more money for something, especially like the ArcLight, you shouldn't have kids and other stuff jumping around, making noise and so on.
No.
Or you don't need someone in there on their Twitter going, these people every 5 minutes trying to say, how can they like this film? This is horrible. These people, going in with the Twitter through the whole fucking film.
Well, it's funny you should mention that, Baron, because it was either AMC or Regal a few years ago who are considering allowing people to keep their phones on during a movie and have their own personal conversations if their phones ring. And I remember writing on Facebook at the time saying, I don't want to come home, after a long day of working, go out to the theater and have somebody talking on their phone while I'm trying to enjoy a movie.
If you're going to turn on your phone to check your text messages or test something or whatever, just make sure the glare is not as bright and so on. You don't need to bother other people. Now, I do think there's obviously limits. Like if somebody's shaking popcorn, you don't probably need to be like, hey, stop that noise. Like, it's popcorn, man. I don't think most people would be doing that intentionally, but one of the problems with theaters, and that's why I stopped going a number of years ago before, was people are just screaming and yelling and can't shut up. And even though there's not that many people in the theater, it's like, can you guys just stop being rude?
Yeah, the ones that keep constantly talking throughout the movie.
Making fart sounds, stuff like that.
That's why that George Costanza thing, excuse me, is so funny, where he turns around to those guys and he just starts yelling at them. They're just taken back by it. Like, I don't ever want to do that to somebody, but if somebody really is doing that.
We almost did once. Me and my buddy and our wives went to go watch that newest Nightmare on Elm Street, the remake.
Oh, the remake.
And and there was a group of kids or teenagers probably, or college students, I don't know. They were behind, like 3 seats behind us, and one of them was just an absolute jerk the entire movie. Like, oh my god, I can't believe they just did that. Oh my god, this is stupid. Why would he go? I'm like, we were both just about to jump up and pound the ever loving crap out of that guy.
Yeah.
It was hard to get through, really. And we'd make our noises, just, it's hard. Yeah. It's super hard when these a-holes are in your sphere at the movie theater, ruining everything. And it's hard not to, I mean, at some point, I'm old enough now where I probably will stand up and say something, but this was like 15 years ago or whatever it was. But I was a little bit nicer, but now I'm getting old and crotchety and I don't give a crap.
I miss it when you were nice.
Well, wait a minute. You were nice at some point?
Yeah. I mean, he almost got up and anonymous some people. I mean, I tell you.
That's right.
Yeah, Well, it's also funny in the movie theaters. I remember when I went to go see Gladiator with my brother and some of our friends. I remember people during those battles in the arena were like, "Yeah, dude, yeah, you got him, man!" It was just
that's how it was when I.
It was great though, and people were cheering. I remember in there because Gladiator just gives you that feeling, like, oh man, just. You want to kick some butt, So
I guess I live a more.
There's been some war movies too. I will say one of the. Go ahead. Yep.
I'm sorry. I was going to say where I live. I guess we're more reserved. I've never seen anybody react to a movie in a theater before until Endgame when Captain America picked up the hammer and then like everybody erupted. That was the first time and only time I've ever seen that.
That's great.
Yeah, basically, where he lives, everyone's like the Amish watching the film, and all of a sudden they went shaker.
That's right.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a lot of people who live in this state, so but yeah, in Marvel movies, people would get crazy too. Like I remember No Way Home. People were clapping and stuff in the theaters. They were very, especially when they saw, Toby and Andrew Garfield, and like they're, oh, dude, oh, here we go. It's a feel. Same with Star Wars. I remember when some of my friends, when we saw Revenge of the Sith, they said, "Oh crap, is this really happening?" Like Yoda pulled out his lightsaber. Oh shit, here we go. And you heard people because they were just so excited. And even though those movies got attacked by people and they say George Lucas ruined Star Wars, all that, people don't understand that so many other people went to see those movies 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times because it was just an experience.
Yeah.
And so they just kept going and going and going and going. I mean,
I don't remember in the beginning any backlash for the Phantom Menace. I remember everybody being excited.
Yeah.
People even going to the movie theater, just like you said, more than once.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Phantom Menace didn't catch flack until months later, and justifiably so. Jar Jar Binks was a pain.
Yeah, he was, but it's just still made a lot of money.
As far as popularity, it brought Star Wars back.
Yes.
Episode 2, I didn't remember flack. I remember the stores being stuffed with memorabilia and collectibles. The only thing I can remember complaining about Episode 2 was George Lucas trying to make part of that movie love Titanic in space.
It was a little bit. The cutting of the fruit with the Jedi powers is still ridiculous to me.
But I never remember anybody complaining about Revenge of the Sith.
Oh, dude,
Revenge of the Sith. Second best Star Wars
that's
movie.
Hayden's best acting job as Anakin. It just is. There was only that one line, like, remember when it was cold in space? It's like, shut up, Padme, you're being annoying. But other than that,
yeah.
and getting back to audiences being excited in the theaters, I can remember going to see 300.
Oh, such a great movie.
And people in my area got excited during that movie.
Gerard, what happened to you, bro? Why did you start doing all these ridiculous movies after 300? Gerard Butler, what have you done to your career, man? After 300,
he needs you to be his agent. Give him a call.
Yeah, I know, right?
I wasn't much of a fan of 300 or the one afterwards that came afterwards.
Well, the second one wasn't that good at all, but it's just like Sin City. Sin City was great, but the second one was like the first story was pretty interesting, but after that,
300 was to me more comic book than if you're looking for the actual fight. The older version of that movie, I forget the name of it, was a lot better. I forget the actor that played Leonidas, but
Gerard Butler.
No, not in that 300.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. First of all, they don't even show any of them soldiers in armor. I know you want to see muscles, but Spartans were known for their armor. That was their main thing.
But Phil, you got to remember 300 was based on a comic book, so they were taking things to a completely different level.
And Zack Snyder directed that movie.
Well, yeah, I mean, the 300 film was intentionally, and the same thing with the comic, an exaggeration. It was not supposed to be historical. It's like imagining someone saying a myth or a legend today. So, characters in those were mythologically huge. They weren't, or did impossible things. Well, that's what that 300 film was trying to convey, was the retelling of these sagas in a modern format.
Richard Egan. That's who Leonidas. Richard Egan.
Richard Egan.
Yes, it's the 300 Spartans. 62.
Mm-hmm.
That to me was not. I'm not downing 300, but that to me was more my style of that famous Greek fight. So
yeah.
And I like Gerard Butler, and I'm with Cash Money. What did you do with your career? I like.
Yeah, man. I don't know what happened. He just started getting these roles that, like, why are you in this? This is some like romantic comedy / action film. Like, why are you in this stuff, dude?
He
You were in the Olympus or the Fallen movies were good. I like those.
Did you like those?
Good news.
Which ones?
The Fallen movies. Olympus is Fallen.
Fallen. It almost sounds like you said Fallout. It's like, when was there a Fallout movie?
Right? Wasn't Jamie Foxx in that?
No, that's White House Down. I didn't.
White House Down. That's the one. Yeah. Gerard Butler, I think, was in that too.
No, he was.
Wasn't he?
No.
Was he in White House?
Why would he be in? No, he's in Olympus Has Fallen. They came out roughly the same.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, well, basically similar movies.
Yeah, similar movies basically coming out at the same time. Like they're copying each other. But Olympus Has Fallen got 2 other sequels, which were far better than Jamie Foxx's.
But, when it comes around to phone etiquette in the theater, I am very careful with my phone because I want to make sure I get the right angle that I can film the screen, but yet not get caught or bother everybody around.
Hear that, YouTube? Go
you hold it close to your chest, and just kind of tilt down.
Yeah, and look at the people that are trying to make noises like, I'm recording here, please.
Is it like that Seinfeld episode where the guy's like kind of with the big giant hemorrhoids?
There are some things sacrilegious that's in the movie theaters you shouldn't do.
What's sacrilegious, Phil?
Standing up and cheering in the movie theater.
Oh, come on. How is that sacrilegious? If the movie's good enough, if it deserves it.
No, you're interfering with other people and their memories.
Oh, shut the fuck up, Phil.
Well, Phil's a spoiler for you. Still, look how he pushes Caddyshack too. He thinks that if someone's getting up, they're walking out. Because he saw that so often.
Michael is not going to do any kind of deal with him for Caddyshack. It's not good.
Michael, don't do it. Back away. Back away slowly. And, if you can, outrun Paul and let Phil catch Paul. But just keep going. This is a cocaine bear situation.
And if any of us ever go to any kind of event with Phil and it deserves a standing ovation, let's do it.
I can right around him just like, hey, this is for Phil, yay!
I mean, when people really love a movie, they're going to clap at certain things.
Yeah, they're going to clap. They're going to cheer. They're going to stand.
I mean, when people watch that movie, what was it, Fences, right, with Denzel Washington and Viola Davis, people were crying at the end of that movie. It was sad, but I don't think tears.
People were crying the end of Titanic. I was happy.
Yes, they were. Yes, they were. They people.
They were crying because Leonardo DiCaprio died, and Rose couldn't move aside out that door and let him.
It didn't stop Rose from having a baby.
There'll never be a part, and then she just let him go.
I know.
He wanted to die. He wanted to go. It's like he started realizing, this is getting serious. I shouldn't have drawn her naked. It's
joke
like,
they always make. I'm done. It's like the whole thing with Sandy and Danny. I don't know. And he's like, they're going all the way up to the clouds, and he's like, I don't know.
Well, do you think people were upset when I was standing cheering and clapping when the boat went down in Titanic and Leo went under? I mean, I guess maybe.
I was laughing when what was it? Adam Sandler was trying to do a very dramatic role in Click. My brother and I were just laughing at him crying, and I remember I told Crit this, and Crit says, "What the hell, man?" Like, I said, "Dude, it was funny." Because he just wasn't selling me on the fact that he was upset about some family member dying. He's crying in the rain. I was like, come on, Adam, you can do better than this, dude.
You didn't like Click?
It was pretty good. I didn't love it. It was pretty good though. Yeah.
It's no Pixels.
I never saw Pixels.
I haven't seen Pixels. I can't really.
Pixels is
really to say.
Well, I mean, honestly, if you go see it, it's not a bad movie. Just don't go. Many people go to these films with I don't know what they're thinking about. I went into Pixels saying this is going to be a dumb, fun retro film, and it was.
Yeah,
and I know it got a lot of hate.
I don't know why. I mean, I remember liking it at the time, and crap, I even found it used the other day, and I bought it for like $4. So, I'll watch it again, and we'll find out.
Yeah, it's a fun film. It's just don't take it serious. I think too many people go and take things too serious in the film.
Yeah, that happens.
I'm getting to not like Josh Gad though.
He's been running his mouth off again recently. It's fine though. It's like, dude, just shut up.
Well, yeah. What we need to do is roll him up and make him into a snowman, and say, there you go.
Seriously,
that's like I told him. Like they were.
Yeah.
What was it? He's in the new History of the World Part 2.
Oh God,
he's gotten huge, and I just remember somebody tweeting about that. I was like, yeah, two things. One, this movie or this show looks like crap, and number two, Jack Black and Josh Gad could have played the role of the whale without any prosthetics.
Well, that's why it's so crazy to me. Like, even Seth Rogen, even when he was in The Fabelmans, like, he didn't do anything to hurt that movie. Just like when he was in Knocked Up. And for some of these actors that come out, since we're somewhat on this topic, and just be like, you know what? I don't know why I did this. What happened? I'm not going to make these movies anymore. It's like, dude, you were a producer on Preacher. You were involved in this. Why are you acting like this? What do you think? You think you're going to get more fans this way? It's so silly to me. Like, dude, why do you guys have to go this way? You were in movies like Knocked Up. There's been, like, I would love to see another movie like I Love You, Man, but it's just probably never going to happen. A comedy like that where it's.
Well, what about I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry?
That was.
I think that was
pretty
funny.
good. I thought it was pretty good. My brother looks at me funny every time I say that, but yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we look at you funny no matter what.
You have no eyes, Baron.
I am blind. Yes, you're right. I was blinded by Darth Vader. It's not fair.
I'm sure.
Well, the reason why you were blinded is because you have lack of faith. You know how he feels about anybody that has a lack of faith.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Yeah.
Because it's been a long road getting from here to there.
But you know, it's just like stuff like Bros. Like, if you do things right, it can be funny, but you have to show all different kinds of situations. That's why something like Undercover Brother is funny. They make fun of white people for liking mayonnaise. The black guy doesn't like mayonnaise. Like, just things like that. It's hilarious. Neil Patrick Harris, some of people don't like him because he's white, but it's funny. And we can't get stuff like that anymore. It's I don't think we ever will. I'd be surprised. But somebody just needs to be like, you know what? Fuck this shit. We're just gonna do what we want. You all can go to hell.
Well, yeah. I mean, things can go back to what they were. I mean, everything goes back and forth. But pretty soon, someone's going to go full film McCracken on Hollywood, and things are going to change. People says they're going to get busted. Appropriate people will be tied up in movie theaters, forced to watch Caddyshack 2. Kathleen Kennedy right in the center, looking right up there, you know. And They have those things to keep the eyes open and people putting the eye drops in.
There's no forcing. Your willing participants want to walk and watch Caddyshack 2. They do it on their own. They're just they either choose to or choose not to.
Well,
It's like-
if you remember from In Living Color, what about a handicapped man?
Oh yeah. Wasn't it Handyman?
I'm handyman.
Yeah.
That was he would get so canceled today. I guarantee. I'm surprised he hasn't come out and apologized for that.
Well, Mike has been calling them and insisting on an apology.
You kidding? Even I found that funny.
I know.
Physical disability.
Yeah, that's a joke.
That's
I laugh at your own failings.
I like
What
the
can
Wayne
you-
brothers
what can
when
you
they
laugh
did their white base when they played the two as white girls.
White chicks.
Well, you know what was like funny that I don't know if they'd ever do any movie of it was dang, I'm trying to think that one with Johnny
Reds?
Knoxville and
Reds?
Johnny Knoxville.
The Ringer.
The Ringer. Yes, that movie was.
Oh
funny.
my
It's
gosh,
underrated. And they said, they tell us we can't do a lot of things, and we do it anyways. Like it's just funny. That was a good written script. And then Javi, whatever. No, it wasn't Javi. He lost his fingers, and they were trying. It was just funny. That was a funny movie, and even Catherine
Like,
Heigl was.
When
Yeah, the
when the
Ringer.
F did we get ice cream?
Yeah, when did we get ice cream?
That was dying.
Yeah.
Or another movie I'm thinking that they probably wouldn't make is Me, Myself, and Irene.
No,
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they would. And what's his name has changed so much too. A lot of people have changed, just like Jimmy Kimmel, unfortunately, that they used to be really funny and they didn't they were always politically incorrect.
Right.
Anthony Anderson used to be very
'Cause it's
politically
okay to
incorrect
be
too.
politically
Right.
Did you really mention Jimmy Kimmel?
Yeah, I did. I met him.
Yeah, when he was Ben Stein's sidekick.
He was on Ben
Yeah.
Stein's Funny, the
Career
Ben
at-
Show.
When he got on television. Do you remember?
Yeah, he did. He was good as with Ben Stein though.
No,
Didn't you watch-
he was on Fox Sports.
Oh, I know.
It was
And
a
you
big
told
deal
the Terry Bradshaw thing
because
again.
Terry Bradshaw said, "I am
Yeah.
going to kick his ass," and that's why he had to leave the show. Funny or
Mhm.
not? Funny.
That is
Jimmy
funny.
Kimmel. Mister, I'm going to take a break for a couple months and pretend you're going to forget. Oh, bad people out there, but I painted my face blackface.
Yeah, well, I mean, like
Well, remember Jimmy Kimmel was
Yeah, he
Carl
did.
Malone on the Man Show.
Yeah, he was, and it
Yep.
was just a character that he played. So it's just there's no reason to apologize for this stuff. You never apologize to any of these different mobs. It's just now
No.
some people will say, "Oh, well, if it's a a legit mob or something," I'm like, no, because it usually never is. When is the last time we had a mob that people went, "Oh, I want to follow them. They seem good." Yeah.
Didn't
I still see
everybody-
Jimmy.
Sweetheart played a blackface, Shirley Temple, didn't she? She did blackface, didn't she?
Yeah, I
So
think
did
he did
Ted
one.
Danson when he was dating Whoopi
Yeah.
Goldberg.
Yeah, and she
did
encouraged that.
blackface.
She did.
Yeah.
And yet when people brought that up, like
Mhm.
Don Jr. on The View, she just deflects all the time, deflecting. Stop deflecting.
Yeah.
That really
Yep.
happened. Like this is factual.
Mhm.
Just own it
Yeah.
and move on. It's not really who cares if you did it and you encouraged Ted Danson and so did Joyless Behar. She did it too. And
Yep.
And let's not forget, somebody up in Canada also did it.
Yeah.
yes, 3 times at least. And
Sarah Silverstein. And Sarah Silverstein or whatever her name is, the one that basically emasculated Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, she's the one also. She's the one that emasculated him too.
Silverman, yeah, she was funny too,
Yes.
and they
Yeah, but she's
all
not.
changed. They all
Yeah.
decided to pander, and
I even
Seth
think Richard
Rogen,
Pryor
and the
did
list goes
whiteface
on.
one time.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he did.
Yeah.
So did
Mhm.
Dave Chappelle, and it was funny.
Right.
White Chicks was funny.
Yes, it was.
I
That
couldn't
was
get into
hilarious.
that movie.
I love the
Mhm.
Wayne brothers. I always did.
Exactly. I'm with Anonymous. Debatables, right? I just thought that movie was just way too stupid, and I just stopped watching it.
That's what made it funny of how stupid and outlandish it was.
Just way
Well,
too
actually, the real reason why he quit watching them is because they were starting to look attractive to him. It's like, oh no, I'm being honest.
Yeah, that must have been the reason.
I'm getting turned on. I got to turn this off.
We didn't mention Larry the Cable Guy. You should not be excited.
Oh, come on, get her done.
Hey,
Get it done.
He makes a great Mainer. He makes a great Mainer in Cars.
Yeah. Mhm.
I don't know. I didn't really see anything else he's done.
Dude, you watch his stand up. He's funny. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, he is funny. Yeah.
I've heard some of his stand up before, I think. Yeah. Is he
Oh,
still
you
doing
gotta.
stand-up?
Yeah, he's still going like mad out there. He loves his fans. He's one of those that is tries to get one-on-one with the fans. He's not, he's very personable.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, he's not one of those, uppity, just elitist guys. He's a country boy through and through, and it shines through. So he's a good guy.
Yeah, from Nebraska.
How many people
Nebraska
remember Jerry Lewis trying to act like he was Asian?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Well, Peter Sellers.
And Mickey Rooney.
Yeah, and Mickey
Yes,
Rooney.
in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
Murder by Death.
Not that he intended to, but it did pass off. Leonard Nimoy trying to play as a Mongol in the TV show Marco Polo. John Wayne playing a Mongol. He played Genghis Khan. And don't forget, he also played a Roman soldier. So, yeah.
Well, that's why it's so funny. They also talk about the whole representation situation, because we actually had back a number of years ago in Westerns, they didn't actually have real and Native Americans or Indians playing those parts. They had Mexicans playing those parts.
Actually,
and Italians.
The guy that played the famous commercial that did the tear in his eyes when he sees the trash from the 70s.
Iron Eyes Cody.
Yeah, that guy, he's Italian. He's not Indian.
Yeah. He's Sicilian.
Yeah. Look, it's foolish to say, well, in order to get this part, you got to be Irish if you're Irish. You got to be English to play an Englishman. No, that's foolish.
You give the part to the person that
you can look the part and act the part reasonably, okay? I don't want Richard Pryor to try to play Alexander the Great. It's not going to pass. Just like I don't want to see Patrick Stewart try to play as Shaka Zulu. Just not going to pass.
I actually do. Now you brought it up. That'd be interesting.
I am Shaka Zulu, and I am sorry.
I'm sorry.
No one can get mad at him for playing Gandhi. He passed. He could pass Gandhi. He looked more Gandhi than Gandhi.
Yeah.
Being honest.
Well, the thing is, in Hollywood, and still kind of a joke, if the Italians play as the Jews play as Italians. I mean, Abe Vigoda, who is Jewish, he was in The Godfather as an Italian.
You should be able to. You can do it. But I'm saying sometimes looks. You have to have look to be able to do it. But you know what? Just because that doesn't stop someone from saying playing Darth Vader, the voice, doesn't mean you can't get a white guy to play it, a black guy to play it. And if you can voice Lando and you happen to be Hispanic, God bless you, get it done. I don't see why. Like I said, we had a couple months ago the guy that got mad because they didn't ask him to reprise his role on Mario Brothers. I forget his name.
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about
John Leguizamo.
Yeah, John Leguizamo, who was actually had a good or very good quality role in The Menu, but it's like I just feel like
the guy, the actor that is playing it, he said he doesn't look Latino. Excuse me, he is part Portuguese. He's more Latino than you. He's Portuguese.
See, that's where you're getting into this whole weird stuff. If you wanted actual people from these countries and ethnicities to play the part of that kind of thing, you're gonna screw a lot of people out of acting jobs. You're UK alone.
Absolutely.
You can't have them playing Americans anymore. Sorry, your American accent doesn't belong here. Go back to the UK and make your own movies.
Didn't that Irish actor play Alexander the Great? What's his name? and it wasn't long ago. He passed it off for being an Irishman. He was able to cover his accent. He did a good job. Even had what's his name, Val Kilmer in there. I can't think of the name of the Irish actor.
What was that?
Patty O'Brien?
No.
Oh, Patty O'Furniture.
No.
What was that remake that Val Kilmer did with Elizabeth Shue? That was a good remake.
The Saint?
The Saint?
Yeah.
Was good.
That was good.
That was a good remake. Yeah.
I never saw it.
Remakes. And if you notice, they didn't have Roger Moore on the movie, but if you listen to the radio at the end, he's giving the news. That is Roger Moore on the radio giving the news. So they did kind of have him as a cameo, but it wasn't physical. So. But Roger Moore was the original Saint. That's why a lot of people were surprised when he replaced Sean Connery, because it was a similar role. They didn't think he would really do it.
And see, that's the whole thing also with so it's somebody says, you know what, I want to do a whole black version of, I'll say a whole black version of Star Wars. Okay, but are all the characters going to feel like the other old characters? Are the situations going to be the same? Like these are questions. That's why when what was it? It was Steve Harvey and Cedric the Entertainer decided to do a Honeymooners. It doesn't work because you need a certain chemistry. It's not because they're black. It's not because they're whatever. It's because you don't have the right chemistry. Now, trying to explain that to a lot of people would probably make your head hurt. But
they tried that with Wizard of Oz. Remember their version of it was
Return to Oz. Return to Oz. The Wiz. Yeah, well, that was popular.
It was okay.
The Wiz was popular.
Better than Wizard of Oz, but it was okay.
I liked it as a kid.
Yeah. It wasn't bad.
I mean, it was popular. I mean, it was, it didn't surpass. But, the thing is Roger Moore wasn't the first one to play the Saint. They had some Saint movies before that. And one of the episodes of the Saint, he was passing himself off as James Bond, which was absolutely hysterical, having the hindsight 2020. But basically, the Saint was basically what got Roger Moore the part. Of course, he'd jump at that.
And I like that he purposely went out of the way to try to make his version of James Bond different than Sean Connery's version of James Bond.
Yes, exactly. It's like right copy.
It's funny too. Like, when I look at stuff like one of the movies that I still have a lot of problems with, even though without this movie we wouldn't have that GoldenEye game, is GoldenEye. The song is great. But that whole thing about how his friend becomes the villain, Sean Bean, it's like, oh, Sean Bean's going to die in another movie.
That's all he does.
He didn't die in that TNT show, Snowpiercer. He's still alive in that.
Not for long.
Did he die in National Treasure?
I don't know.
I don't remember. Was he in National
Yes,
Treasure?
he did die.
Yes.
No, he gets locked up in the end. No, you're right. He gets locked up in the end. He gets locked up.
Yeah, okay. He didn't die. Yeah.
What about Sharps? Does he die in Sharps? The TV series? I should sit down and watch that.
I'm not sure.
He didn't last long in the Game of Thrones. I think he was.
Yeah, he died in that.
Here you were all excited to see Sean Bean in a warrior type like he was in Lord of the Rings, and he don't even last past the first season.
Well, look at how Jaimin Unsu has been typecasted as this native slave person. Like, he has so much more range than that, but he's been typecasted as that. Look at how good he was in Gladiator. And yes, he was a slave, but then he wasn't a slave anymore after he was free. Just like, of course, just like the other people in the movie as well.
All right, guys, I think now is a good time to wrap up this episode of Pop Talk. So I'm going to ask each and every one of you, one at a time, of course.
Yeah. Go ahead.
To promote your channels, starting with Anonymous.
I knew it's coming. I knew it. Okay, boys and girls, get ready. This is not going to take long. I am not working on a video at the moment. I don't have a subject, so I am streaming Hogwarts Legacy. Come by and make fun of me. Boo-hoo, yeah. Make fun of me as much as you want in the chat. Troll me if you want.
Anonymous. How dare you? How
I
dare
already
you?
told you. Every time you stream it, I message you on Discord.
I don't.
And remember what I said. You cannot play
He
that
doesn't
game.
respond to Discord. He'll respond
Oh,
if you
he
go into his
responds to me
chat.
on Discord. He responds to me on Discord.
Yeah, like a day later.
Yeah, it's okay. I know where you're
He
at.
waits.
I can always find
He
you.
sits at his computer.
He goes, do I really want to respond to Phil, or do I want to make Phil wait? I'm going to make Phil wait.
Let's go practice with his wand.
All right. Well, yeah. So do that. Follow me on Twitter. Blah blah blah. I say things and
Follow him, but he won't get back to you, folks.
Yeah,
that's right. No.
He's a celeb.
No, really.
Celeb.
My Discord on my computer wasn't giving me my notifications for some reason. I got
one of my friends said that too. It's weird. I don't know why that's doing that.
Yeah, it comes in on my phone, but usually my phone isn't like next to me all the time, so I don't hear it and I don't see it until like later on. But the computer, it's doing it now. I think I can't remember what I did, but it's popping up now. But it wasn't before. I don't know why, but it's all right. We'll figure it out.
Yes, Crit. The devil himself is on the panel.
That $50 super chat, that means you only need another $50 and you can pay me what you owe me.
He's not tricking any of us.
I'm not tricking.
I'm not falling for those tricks. No,
I didn't accept that deal, dude.
It's okay. You'll be there.
We're not falling for those.
You can't
tricks,
resist.
Nope.
Oh, I can.
People need to stay away from Caddyshack too. It's not worth their time. It's not entertaining. It's a train wreck mostly.
Fall to the Phil side.
I don't think there's really anything funny in that movie, is there? Maybe one.
Crit, if you come watch Caddyshack 2, I'll forget you owe me $100.
Cash, go ahead and promote your channel.
Fucking Caddyshack 2 shit. Anyways, yes. So next week, Mike, me, Mike and I, and then also Spock, we're going to be playing some Streets of Rage 4. But before that, it's time to try once again the Saints Row 2. I'm feeling a lot better from the last few weeks, so we're going to see if that's going to be some broken down game again. We're going to try it. It's going to go maybe a few hours, that stream, and we're going to see how long it lasts before it crashes again.
2 months later.
2 months later. Yes.
All right, mister. Speaking of 2 months, I think it's been that long since you streamed. I don't know. I'm just trying to be a smart ass.
We're talking about film Mr. McCracken. When was the last time?
Yeah, Kraken.
Unlike Cash Money, I have stuff that's actually going to happen.
Right.
26, I'm going to have the CEO, Mr. Shiny, the head of RBN. We're going to sit down and have a nice talk. One of the founding and still member of the Phantom Hooligans, unlike some other people.
Sure.
Then me and Paul are going to continue our 3-parter of Deep Purple's album catalog. Yes. And then there's going to be another stream that should be coming within 3 weeks, and that is Crit better pay me my money or I'm coming out there to Seattle and get his shot and shoes.
Orca Boy's running his mouth again. Don't listen to him.
So that's my whole big thing coming up. So the next 5 weeks I'm going to be pretty busy. So
nice.
Yep. And it'll be out there. I'm like, Cash Money, huge, Slacker.
Yeah, I've actually been sick recently, so I have a
You're not dead.
Hey,
but he was sick.
Mike's on here. He's half the time dead, and he's dying, and he's got some type of allergies. His eyes can't even focus, but he's playing video games.
This coming from the guy who's trying to get people to watch Caddyshack 2.
I would make a new movie, a street movie of a guy who chases people with a 9-iron and a 5-wood.
Baron, go, Baron, go.
Now go, Baron.
What?
Promote.
Oh, hi everybody. I have nothing much to promote at all. I'm in the middle of doing some stuff in my private life, so it's been kind of hectic right now. But hopefully, when things settle down, of course, I'll try to hang out with everybody around here. But one of the reasons why I've been kind of scarce has been some things we've been having to deal with. But it's always fun. I'll promote being with Mike and Cash and all the rest. And if Mr. Phil ever wants me on his screen, whoever, I don't know. I'm just here.
Well, I like having you as a co-host, brother, and I mean that.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, other than that, I'm just boring. I'm just bored right now. I mean, it's not like it's not like I'm not a member of the Phantom Hooligans, so I'm not. There's nothing special about me, really.
You don't want to be a hooligan?
A hooligan, yeah.
And of course, there's somebody running around different channels who keeps talking about my channel, and I don't know. There may be some conflict with this guy, certain person. I don't give his name. Yes,
I can't help myself, dude. I'm sorry.
Not you.
I just go around talking about how you're a Dodger fan, and I can't understand it.
I can't understand why you're a Cubs fan, but
Well, I can't understand why Cash Money goes to the movie with a 9-iron.
Oh man, gotta get that. You gotta Grand Theft Auto that shit, man.
But he also
Get that phone. Get that phone down.
He breaks out the putter. He does break out.
I'll see if I can find the putter. Yeah.
Don't play with the putter too much. Might have an accident.
Yeah. No, that's fair.
And as far as PACIFIC414 is concerned, well, of course, there's going to be more Hogwarts played on the channel. There's going to be another Mega Man stream on the channel. This time it'll be Mega Man X3. And, of course, the open panel for Pop Talk on Wednesday.
Woo!
And then Saturday, April 1st at 8 p.m. Eastern, I have something called the birthday. It's a day that we who have a birthday on this day, we suffer a lot of jokes. We're called fools, but it's our actual birthday. So I'm having a stream. It's an open panel stream. It does not count toward the Pop Talk open panels. It's its own thing. I invite everybody to come on, share some laughs, cry. Do not, I repeat, do not make a deal with Phil McCracken. Do not make a deal with Phil McCracken. I implore everybody to not make a deal with Phil McCracken, especially
don't do it, please.
If it's your first time on this channel. Do not give in to him. Do not listen to him in any way, shape, or form.
Yep. And don't always listen to Orca Boy either, Mr. Monocle.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Ever asked seduction?
Orca Boy, bottom lip.
Yeah.
Phil McCracken doesn't do anything that they don't want to do.
Oh, bull.
Yeah,
that is bull.
I haven't forced anyone to do anything against their will.
Look,
you tempt them like the devil.
Do not, Michael, if you're listening, if you go back and listen to this, or even if you are around now, do not make that deal with Phil. It's not a good deal.
It's okay, Michael. I'm going to do my best to make it a family affair and family, like the Star Wars family.
It's not bad enough that you took Paul's soul. Now you want the whole dang family.
Why stop at one when you can get them all? Like,
see, and listen to that laugh. Listen to that cackle.
And listen to how he said that. I want to get them all. They'll be all in my power now.
You just wait for that live stream. It's coming.
Baby geniuses. I don't even. Baby genius.
Remember the invitation's there.
If there's other bad movies out there, there was
my soul is not for sale.
It might not be for sale, but it could be bargained for.
And what about movies like The Girl Next Door? That movie is pretty awful.
Oh boy!
I watch it, Phil. I might actually do a video on Caddyshack too.
I
No.
would support you
Do it.
100%. Do it.
How bad it is.
Rip it. Just rip it to shreds.
Just
Go,
rip it
do
to
it.
shreds. It's
Do
easy.
it.
I have a short little video here on how bad Caddyshack 2 is. It's so bad, I don't even want to talk about it anymore. Don't watch it. See you later, folks. Subscribe to the channel.
It's more like no.
It's a
I know it's more like I got this video here about Caddyshack 2 and how bad it is. 3 hours later. Nick thinks
All right, we're 10
ripping
minutes
every
into the
little
movie, and it's still terrible.
Baron was there through the whole thing. I didn't know he had to be there through the whole thing, but he did. He was there. He suffered through it.
Yeah,
He
and then Baron and Paul came by the Cobra Kai stream that Cash and I were having. I tried throwing a lifeline to you guys.
Yeah,
it was too late. Too late. You know.
Well, I was there. I want to see Paul hurt. I want to see Paul get hurt.
That was a good thing. You know, seeing him hurt. But I didn't do anything but one thing through the entire movie, and that was laugh at Crit and Paul the whole time. I didn't stop from the beginning towards the end.
You're talking about it. And you know what I'm picturing? Because I'm listening to your voice right now, Phil. You've got a smile, but the horns are fully
I
out.
can play the Joker right now. That's how big my smile is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I believe it.
And it didn't take much. And I didn't remember. I was after Mike. I didn't go after Paul. He volunteered. What a good brother.
Yeah.
He volunteered.
and that was
just like he did for the Navy.
Phil.
Yeah. Well, he believes Phil over everybody.
Too.
But before we leave, I do want to thank those who were here and listen to the craziness that is PACIFIC414 Pop Talk. And also, hopefully, you did not listen to the devil himself. Hopefully, you had some holy water or something to ward off the evil ways of Phil McCracken. But I do want to thank Leia Rose for being here. I want to thank Whoopa Troopa for being here. Kathy Skywalker, the Joker voice, Jet Sparks. We also had Low Specs Linux Laptop, Godzillionaire. We had all three of the Strassner brothers. You are evil. Listen to that laugh. I don't know how many times I have to say it. I'm trying to give a warning to anybody who decides I want Phil McCracken on my panel. No, you do not.
All three of them were on? I missed that. Wow.
Phil
Resolute Germ. Nova Vaughn. Storyman Jack, who was a guest of Troy Pacelli this last Friday on Friday Night's Last Call. Of course, Anonymous.
He's asking for it.
Green Lantern 345. Old Man. And the one wearing the silk top hat, the monocle, and walking around with his cane and his necktie and his best jacket. Lord Crit of Everest Production, looking at all this plebs.
Where's my $100?
Yep.
He lights his cigars with $100 bills now.
He'll train those orcas to kill those seals.
Oh, yeah.
The price goes up for every live stream he goes on and unofficially gets plays the voices. Yeah, it goes up.
Talks to those girls in the street corners asking, so what can you do for my blowhole?
And you know what? The Garbage Pail Kids movie, yeah, it's bad, but I could watch that over Caddyshack 2.
Great. We can make a deal. We can watch the whole series of Fern Gully.
Oh, that's right. They made a bunch of those.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some real suffering? Fern Gully.
Or you can just watch Avatar.
Yeah.
Avatar was good. I like Avatar.
But
Fern
here,
Gully in space.
here's another ruse that you like to tell people, Phil.
I have people skills. I am good at dealing with people. Can't you understand that? What the hell is wrong with you people?
I do have people skills.
Yeah. Well, that's cash too.
Not only have I managed to get people to watch Caddyshack 2, I'm getting almost the same people to watch it again.
Oh my God! Listen to him.
Yep. He is the devil. He's driving us insane.
You know what's picturing in my mind is when you have Elmo in front of the flames, laughing like a maniac. That's what's like in my mind right now.
It's starting to sound like Kamala Harris.
Oh.
And act like
Hey-o.
Wow.
And with that being said, folks,
This has been a test of the emergency hypnotoad system. Had this been an actual hypnosis, you would go limp and watch whatever crap comes on next.
Yeah, like. Bill, he's the devil. He's driving us insane.
Back you hear that guy say, the power of Christ compels you.
Bring out the holy water. He might be a vampire too. You never know.
Well, I don't put up a mirror. Let's see.
Yeah. Let's find out. If he doesn't have a reflection, we know he's a vampire. But we already know he's evil. He's Phil McCracken.
Well, you know why he's all mad? He's Italian. If he's a vampire, he can't enjoy garlic.
I don't like